Hey everybody. Yeah, I took a week off, but I'm back now, and I immediately have to get up and grab something. Hold on a second. Alright, I'm back. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I immediately, upon sitting down, somehow smeared my glasses, and I had to go wipe them off. I was gonna put up with it. It's like, they're just a little smeared. But there was no way I'd be able to conduct the stream with my glasses that smeared up. But now that we're ready again, hold on. Alright. My microphone's okay. The frame rate's okay. Or the drop frames. Okay, so let's... 1, 2, 0. There we go. Let's put in a bonus minute in there to account for the little delay there. And we're live. Hey, well, we're already live, but now I'm actually on camera. Hey, everybody. So this is my second session of Pokemon Legends Arceus. The first part... I mean, this game happened to come out in an odd moment in my... my sort of schedule that I set up for myself, because I go through sort of these cycles where I set up the system where like I stream more at some times and less and some other times, so it's just enough to keep it frequent, but also so I don't get burned out. And this just happened to come right before I was scheduled to take a week off from streaming, so it was kind of, I considered playing this off stream a bit. I want to put in, on one hand, I'm really excited about this game. I really... There's some rough parts that I talked about before in my last stream, but really I am very excited about this game. At the same time, I'm also kind of frustrated because it's... I'm more of a retro type streamer. I tend to play vintage games or vintage styled or retro games, meaning like modern games that are styled like older games. And this is sort of delaying those sorts of games I like to play. I don't play that many. I haven't played... This is maybe the third or fourth modern game I've played on stream, so let's see. So that's... I'm just getting back in... This is the first time I've played since then. I'm using motion controls. Makes it a lot... Hey! Alright, I'm just getting back into the swing of things. I decided to not play off stream. Because on one hand, if I played off stream... Well, first off, I don't play that often off stream of any game. Yeah. I know we do have to catch... This is kind of like Pokemon Go. A bit in the sense that you're encouraged to catch a... Oh. Well, now, how do I... Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I just had to remember how to switch between throwing Pokeballs and throwing items, so... Yeah, there we go. What is that L and... I saw an L and R next to one of those attacks. Let's see what that is. Quick attack, there's L and R. Oh, okay, the whole agile... I remember when they teased this, the agile style and strong style is already... I don't know if that opens up in after you get to a certain level or use a certain move. Oh, I see on the right. I see there's the action order thing, which is kind of like the conditional turn-based battle system of Final Fantasy X, if I remember how that game worked correctly. Where it was turn-based, but you saw in a timeline who would attack and when, and how those conditions would... Okay. Well, let's see. We have Shanks, Ponyta. We need to... Let's send out... No. So X is switch between my Pokemon and my items. Then the right... Okay, that's the right bumper. And the right trigger is I could actually send them out. Alright, I sent out Silcoon. So let's... Oh, okay, it just ran away. Alright. Starly's keeping score. Okay, they just keep running. Do I have to catch them off guard in order for it to count with these guys? Oh, wait. Trying to find which... I forgot which button was to... Oh. Alright, I forgot which button was... Hey, Clackaboy. Oh, yep, happy Saturday to you, too. Yeah, it's a little later than I normally stream. I usually stream at 2 local time on Saturdays, but I... just started a little later today. Yeah, I took a week off last week. Every several weeks, I take a week off. Every 3 or 4 weeks, I take a week off. It's a scheduled thing. I just never bothered posting the schedule. I came like 95% of the way to trying to stream the last Nintendo Direct. Well, I knew I could. I mean, I came 95% of the way of streaming that Nintendo Direct. But I decided against it. And I'm actually glad I did. Because I watched Pete Dorr here on Twitch. I watched his stream of it instead. And when... He's a huge Klonoa fan. Has been waiting for years for anything new to come out of the Klonoa franchise. And he's been, like, every Nintendo Direct, every E3, he's constantly been on the edge of his seat waiting for some Klonoa remake of the first couple of games. And that finally got announced during the last Nintendo Direct, so he's very happy about that. So it was really cool to see his reaction to it, and his breakdown of the trailer, and how I'm pretty fresh on the Klonoa games. I really haven't... I played Klonoa... I played maybe about an hour of Klonoa 2. Didn't get that far into it. I was amazed by the presentation and everything. Because when Klonoa 2 came out, it was an era when 2D... Any kind of side-scrolling platformer, be it 2D or... Well, yeah, 2D or 2.5D. 2D platformers were very rare, and to see, like, a side-scroller with this 3D world and presentation was a really great idea. And really jaw-dropping. I rented it, but I never played much of it, so I really am 100% fresh on it. I don't remember much of Klonoa 2 at all. I haven't played the game in over 20 years. I remember the first half hour or so at most. Yeah, I really don't remember anything about it. And I never played Klonoa 1. So, that's, the Klonoa, Dream Reverie, I think they called it. That's definitely going to be a game I'll be playing on Switch when it comes out. It's going to be out on other systems too, but it seems like it's coming out first on Switch, which is interesting. Alright. I have to find how to... Oh, I forgot I had a Ponyta. Alright, let's try Ember. Woo! Fixated on using rollout. So that, I guess that's a way of indicating that it's going to keep using that same attack. Oh, I only have one Pokeball left. That direct was amazing. Never expected them to release Live Alive, which was only released in Japan on Super... I've heard of that game a few times. I didn't really know much about it. I just heard it mentioned from time to time. The main thing I remembered or wondered was how to say the name of the game correctly, but now I guess through the Nintendo Direct I have the official... You know, last time I played... Okay, I'm gonna call myself out a bit. Last time I played, this grass right here, these little blades of grass, I was really hard on them, because if you look at them, they are 2D, sort of tech-like objects that rotate to face the camera, to give the illusion of, like, having individual blades of grass, and I was really critical of that. But I'm kind of giving them... I'm kind of dialing that back, that criticism, because Pete, who has been playing this game and really enjoying it, and Pete has long been an outspoken critic of whenever he has the option to play a game, not like a Switch version of the game, he'll always play it on another console if available, because Switch, it's a low-performance system. It tends to have the worst frame rates in multi-platform games, and even on native games if they're not optimized well, and Pete was like, yeah, they're 2D little objects there that rotate to face the camera, but he's like, the game still looks good in general, but he's like, if doing that allows this area to run at such a smooth frame rate, it's a worthy sacrifice. And Pete's played a lot more Nintendo Switch games than I ever will, and he's long been an outspoken critic of how bad the frame rates can get on Switch games sometimes. So, if Pete's like, listen, they got the game to run at a good frame rate, I'll take it. It's like, all right, I take him as the expert on this matter. Yeah, I was critical of that. There's some other things that I won't go back on, like when you wrestle. Like, there's a scene almost exactly like this in Twilight Princess where you wrestle the town mayor to show that he's sort of a tough guy. In this game, you also wrestle the town mayor, but it cuts to black instead of animating them wrestling and just shows that tells, okay, let's craft some Pokeballs here. Okay. Okay, we could craft up to 18. Made 18 Pokeballs. But let's see. Let's see if, oh, if it isn't a crafting kit. You must have listened attentively to Akari's teachings. Excellent work, dear boy. And mind you, I'm like, honestly, like me taking a dig at the grass, that's probably the most critical I've ever been of the graphics in a video game as far as details like that go. I mean, my first HD system, well, technically, I had the Xbox 360, but I didn't play it much or use it much, and I still had an standard definition tube set at the time. My first HD system I played on an HD TV was the Wii U. Well, actually, that's only technically, like, when I got Wii U at first, I was only playing it on the gamepad because I still didn't have an HD TV. Like, my first real HD system that I played on an HD television was the Nintendo Switch. So I'm not... If I cared much about graphics and having high-performance visuals, I would have really favored the other systems over Nintendo to begin with. Once the time came to go to HD, and Nintendo stuck with standard def. So, wait a second. Hold on. Did I update my stream number and my ticker? Let's see. 220429. Okay. My stream number is current. I just want to make sure. Because I did that update. Updated the stream. Earn money for survey reports. When you submit survey reports, you receive money based on the level and number of Pokemon you caught. Receive more money if you fulfilled certain conditions, such as catching a species for the first time. On that note, let me check the research tasks you've completed thus far. Oh boy, this is where it starts getting really satisfying, I guess, on my... Alright, where the sense of progress starts to really build up. Wow. I didn't know that catching 30 or more Pokemon in one report was a new thing. Different species caught 9, caught for the first time 8 Pokemon caught using a backstrike. Okay. Yeah, I guess since there's not as much of an emphasis on Pokemon battles against other trainers, even though we know those do exist in this game, I guess you get the money through the Pokedex reports. Most illuminating. I'll update our Pokedex with this new data. Turning out, and once again, what they're recording in this Pokedex is much more in depth and much more like a realistic encyclopedia or field guide on Pokemon than the Pokedexes in previous games. If you reach a Pokemon's entry to level 10, that entry will be complete. You have locked all the information to be had about. You know, I really hope that this more complex take on what a Pokedex is something that's carried over into future mainline Pokemon games. I'll be watching the Valentine Peanuts special on Monday. Are they coming out with a new special for Valentine Peanuts? Because I know, and frankly, probably not, because I just haven't, like, the concept of, unless it's on a streaming service I happen to be subscribed to, even streaming services, I'm subscribed to Hulu, there's one show I watch on there. And as soon as that show's season is complete, I'm going to let my subscription lapse. But just turning on television and watching it is something that's, like, not part of my lifestyle anymore, frankly. Okay, just the old one, because I know they did a new New Year's Charlie Peanut special for last year. They did a new special because they had Happy New Year Charlie Brown, which I think was from the late 80s, and they did a new one just to, like, for the last New Year's season, going from 2021 to 2022. You gain Pokemon research points. You can view the cover of your Pokedex. Once you gain enough points, you'll be able to move through the ranks of the Galaxy Expedition team. Hails from the Johto region, though usually curled into a ball due to its timid expedition, it harbors tremendous firepower. Method unknown. Investigated the Bidoof that bothered the village. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Okay. I just gotta get used to this interface. Oh yeah, Did I catch a Drifloon? Did I catch one yet? This Pokemon has only just been documented. Investigation is ongoing. More research tasks. Okay. I don't think I caught one yet. You've made good progress on these research tasks, H. I do believe you're ready to move up the ranks. Let's head back to the village and report the good news to Captain Silene. It's time you earned yourself a star. Let Captain Silene know you've earned enough research points to move up to the next rank. Okay. It's bursting with Bidoof and lots of other Pokemon. Besides, it's no exaggeration to say this land belongs to them, really. I don't think humans are ready to settle here yet. Can you sit... Oh, come on. Even the 3DS Pokemon games let you sit on the bench. Wait. Let's see if we could explore a bit. Whoa, you got Pokemon? Yes, I did. And this is the clothes shop. You have the clothing. You can purchase new clothing items such as kimonos or shoes. What can I help you with, hon? Let's see what clothing options we have. Flat cap, dark cap, flat cap. I just have different colored hats. Woven hat. Shinx. Okay. Alright. Meh. Oh, okay. And the bumpers let me scroll through the tops. Sapphire. Everyday trousers. I don't know. A karate gi. You have that in different colors. You have different sandals and different colors. Yeah, they have no shoes other than sandals. Eyeglasses. Meh. I don't know. Yeah, we're done shopping. I think, oh, you can't imagine Doorworms delivering, you can imagine Doorworms delivering Valentine's to all the kids. Oh, that's cute. What, I was talking to, my artist friend, plug in the chat right there, which kind of exposes the chat delay. And my friend, Kita Space Cat, I haven't really, that's not something I've depicted, but I imagine Doorworms, that Lunarian kids don't really start attracting Doorworms to them around the age of like 9, 10-ish. So I imagine really little Lunarian kids might carry around like stuffed Doorworms to imitate the adults like in their lives. Kind of like how kids use toys to mimic all kinds of stuff they see adults doing. All right, hairstyling. Okay. Come on, give me. Let's see what options we have. Let's see what options we have, and if those, I actually like how these options look on this model. As I do. Why can't I see how... I don't know. My hair isn't really like that, so I'm just not into it. Yeah, so let's just go ahead. And let's just leave it as the default. And plus, I like to wear the hat just because I don't know, I tend to like... I tend to like the default styles in, Actually, with the hat... wait, with the hat, it actually might look pretty okay. Do I have any fond memories of passing out Valentine's school when I was a kid? When I was a kid, like, everyone would just... I don't know, there's like this element... I guess a lot of schools weren't like this, but in my school, basically... Everyone gave Valentine's to this is like we're talking about elementary school, right? Basically, every kid in the class would give Valentine's to every other kid in the class, regardless of if they liked them or not or whatever. And the cool kids had those Valentines that include a little piece of candy with them or something. Now I know that apparently some schools, like, you'd hand Valentines to people you actually liked or were in love with or whatever, and it gets kind of weird pretty fast to me, kind of in that sense. But for me, it was just, in my experience, it was just it wasn't something that was really taken seriously. Like, okay, no, I have to X to confirm. Okay. So if I put the hat on, let's see how it looks with the hat on. Because I wasn't going to take the hat off anyway, just because the hat is part of the default uniform, and I like it. But with the hat on top... Oh! Okay, apparently they can't mess with the graphics to have, like, braids and a hat on top of the braids. That's super, like, PlayStation 6 level technology that the Nintendo Switch cannot handle. You know, I could tell you about all the times that I put a hat on top of my braids, and the fabric of reality began to unravel. And I'd immediately take the hat off. You just can't have braids and a hat on top of that. You know, it's a little too much. Okay. Alright. Now, that being said, I actually don't wear that. I only have, like, one hat that I actually wear because my hair is pretty big. I have, like, a tube hat I wear when it's really cold out in winter. But, yeah, I don't... Like, typical hats won't fit over my head and all my hair. Same with hoods on, like, hooded sweatshirts and stuff like that. But let's advance the plot. If you have progress report, I will judge its worthiness. Show me your Pokédex. Aw, you could rotate the little 3D model around. That's cute. Alright. So, you have made progress. It seems you have earned yourself a star. With this, you have officially attained the rank of first star in the Galaxy Expedition team. You can now use heavy balls. Pokemon up to level 20 will also obey your orders reliably in battle. The rewards you earn for your survey points will be more generous now, too. Oh, so it really... There was no... If I just sat around getting as many... I'm actually... If I sat around grinding, I guess, so to speak, Pokedex entry stuff, I would actually be at a disadvantage, because now I'm going to earn them faster now that I have 1 star. You retained a recipe for crafting heavy balls. A recipe for crafting heavy balls from scratch requires 1 apricorn and 1 black tumblestone. You retain a recipe for crafting revives. You recall Valentine's Day in elementary school. It was like having a party. All the kids would make special boxes, store the Valentines on their desks. You'd walk around the classroom distributing Valentines to each kid. The teacher would also serve heart-shaped sugar cookies and red punch. Aw, that's cute. A stranger like that. Like, I remember first and second. I think Valentine's Day was kind of... I don't remember Punch. But I remember Valentine's Day. It was kind of like... I don't remember we didn't make little mailbox things, but we just went around to each other's desks, just leaving all the things. I remember I took a picture of this. I think it's on my Twitter or Tumblr, which means it's years back. But I was at Dollar Tree, and there were some sports-themed Valentines. And it was just not specifically, baseball Valentines or football Valentines, but it was just sports in general. So they decided to call them sports ball Valentines. And there's kind of that meme among, I guess, nerds or gamers, like dismissing all, like, athletic sports. It's like, oh, it's sports ball. You know, I kind of reminded me of that. That a stranger like you should fall from the sky and yet flourish among us is a testament to your native talent and hard work. Most people prefer it when things are simple enough to be judged on face value alone. And proving your worth by moving up through our ranks is something anyone can understand. Keep at it, and even if you did fall from the sky, people may be more willing to accept you. Working your way through the ranks will also be a help if you wish to make a life for yourself here. A higher rank will grant you access to more types of Pokeballs and greater rewards. Okay, so this is our first. I'm sure they're Thomas and Sonic Valentine's. I don't remember if in the 90s I remember seeing Sonic Valentine's. If I did see some, I definitely would have got them for my friends. Unless there was another Valentine that had candy in them, then I'd probably tell my mom to get me like the one with the candy in them, so I could be one of those cool kids that got everyone a Valentine with a little piece of candy in it. If there were Thomas Valentines at the time, I feel like I would have remembered those. I'm sure they are more nowadays. Recently, I think there was actually, like, recently, I mean within the last 3 or 4 seasons before the Thomas the Tank Engine original series, kind of, okay. I'm gonna unplug this and plug it back. Can you hear me? I see. Alright. I don't hear speaker. And now it's good, but I can't. This is the same thing that happened with Sonic, where now I can't hear the my game music, which is through the microphone. All right. So all right, the game music is definitely going. So let me I need to very specifically remember what I did to... Okay. Speaker device. No, that's not... That didn't do anything. Game SG. Alright. Alright. So... I have to figure out... Okay, so... Monitoring device. It's definitely... So y'all can hear my voice, but... And I see my... Okay, I can see in my mixer that my... Desktop audio device. Desktop audio device 2. Alright. How about... I'm gonna try something... I think I went into the main settings. No. I gotta close that. Yeah, this is the first time... I went a couple of streams without having this static problem, and that was solved by turning off the mic, turning it back on. But now... So if I... Alright. Am I just gonna... Yeah, I feel like I'm just gonna end up having to go ahead and play... The only way I can keep this stream going the way it is, without totally derailing everything, is just to play the game without sound at this point. I don't know what Hold on. This is so stupid. Oh my goodness. So... I can't even click on anything right now. Alright, as long as everyone else can hear the sound, I'm just going to put up with not being able to hear anything. Still, we'll be very busy from now on, but between our survey core duties and requests from folks here. Which reminds me, have you already taken on that request from Beauregard? The people of Jubilife aren't too familiar with Pokemon, you see, so if problems arise, the survey corps gets called to help. Indeed so. Some people will ask you for help when you talk with them, while other requests will need to be claimed from the blackboard I keep in my lab. Speaking of which, weren't you approached with a request recently, Akari? What's it all about? About that, I was thinking maybe H could handle it for me. I was told it would require a bit of skill with battling Pokemon, so... Ah, yes. That request came from Mai of the Diamond Clan, if I recall correctly. The people of the Diamond Clan have lived here in Hisui since before the Galaxy team arrived. If we could establish good relations, I'm sure there's much we might learn from them, including more about local Pokemon. But we can discuss that tomorrow. For now, we should eat up and get some rest. The next day. Listen, do you have a bit of time after this? There's something I could use your help with. Alright. Thank you. I'll be waiting for you at the training grounds then. If you caught a lot of Pokemon, you may want to visit the pastures to change up your team. Okay. Where's the pastures? Is that over here? Is that this area? The pastures house the many Pokemon you catch. Collect them from here to change your party. Do you have some Pokemon you'd like to leave here with me? Oh yeah, I have a couple of... Yeah, I'll stick with these guys, but as soon as I get the chance, I would like to have, I'd like to raise a Drifloon. Wait, don't I have one in my party already? No, I don't. If I have a female Drifloon in there, I'm gonna have to name her Lakehurst and keep her in my party until she becomes a Drifblim. And these, this points with how many meters to the next plot target are pretty convenient. Thanks for coming. I know you're busy. Listen, I've had an epiphany. Oh, well, that sounds dramatic. And that is... You see, I've got a partner of my own. We may not get along perfectly, but we've got to work together to help complete the Pokédex. Your partner? Or you have... You have a Pokemon? Yes, here's my partner, Pikachu. Bigga! Okay. That's not the sound I imagined Pikachu making. We were attacked by those Shanks. I got too scared to think straight, and I couldn't handle battling as a team. Ever since then, my partners refused to listen to anything I tell him. Wow, that's interesting. They just used a gender-specific pronoun to refer to a Pokemon, and like as a matter of official like policy, like this is in like Pokemon Company style guides. Pokemon normally receive gender-neutral pronouns. They use it or them when referring to Pokemon. They usually don't say he or she, and when they do, it's kind of a big deal. And it makes kind of weird... yeah, it's just interesting. They act... I mean, the fact that the logo for the game... I'll jump back to my title, my hold screen for a minute. Oh, wait, that's not my actual hold... That's the hold screen for my next stream, excuse me. The fact that... Here we go. Yeah, the fact that if you look at the Pokemon logo there, the word Pokemon is in blue. I don't think there's ever been any official... Like, that's an official style guide thing that the Pokemon logo is always rendered in yellow no matter what. Like, when they send out, like, instructions to merchandise manufacturers on how to... If they want to make a Pokemon shirt, they say, like, specifically, the Pokemon yellow logo must always be yellow. So the fact that they made the Pokemon logo blue here, I was always very interested in that. I wonder if it meant anything, like, oh, they're taking new risks with the Pokemon franchise, or what that meant. But just the fact that they just referred to, they used a gender-specific pronoun to refer to a Pokemon. She actually called her Pikachu him. And that's not something that would typically be done. They'd usually say it or they or them. So, like if you... Yeah, it's interesting. And it's like like with the shadows, like, yeah, the shadows are they're very pixelated, but at least they are actually unique to the shape of the models that are casting the shadows. So I give them yeah, like the shadows are really very pixelated, but they are dynamic and unique to the models. So I'll give them credit. So please have a battle with me. I want to learn how to fight effectively. I'd love to know whether or not Pikachu's actually saying Pika or just making that actual Pikachu cry sound. But I can't hear anything right now because of my silly broadcasting software, which I'm definitely going to be taking taking a look at, because I've been having all kinds of weird problems with my broadcast software. Yeah, you know, I've never played Ni no Kuni, but I could really see how you could be reminded of that game. That's a game. There's so many games that look interesting. They look like I would have a great time playing them, but I only have so much time to play games, let alone when I'm streaming games, and that's most of the time when I play games anyway. And then aside from that, I got to a point, and I felt like a huge weight was lifted off my shoulders when I reached this point, where I accepted there are more interesting games and worthwhile games than I'll ever have time for, and that's okay. Just play the games I want to play most. There's that fear of missing out. Oh, I've got to play this. It's a classic. Or, oh, I've got to play this. It's the hot new release. And even with this game, I really questioned, is it worth me playing? Aside from the fact that I was unsure if I'd even like it enough to play it as much as I already have, I was like, hey, if this game is not... Do I need to buy this? I want to put in at least 20 hours into this over the course of several streams. I could be wrong, but for a moment, I felt like Pikachu and I finally understood one another. Let's keep working at it, okay, Pikachu? Bigga. Good guess I was wrong then. I'll strive to work more with my team as a partner the way you do. Assuming Pikachu and I can bridge some gaps. Oh, by the way, the professor said Pokemon have things called types which apparently make a big difference in how battles go. Pikachu seems to be an electric type, for example. Oh, wow, there's an in-game type matchup chart. Man, like... what, aren't they like... There are like 3 extra types that were not... What? Yeah, there are those 3 at the end. There's Dark, Steel, and Fairy. So you're the one, the new recruit everyone's talking about. Unknown speaker. Ah. My name's Zissou, captain of the Security Corps. I see you've got some fight in you. I figured I'd stop by and give what advice I could. Captain Zissou is a master of ancient martial art, one that specializes in Pokemon battles. Now listen, if your Pokemon's truly mastered its moves, it could actually use them in different... Okay, now they're explaining the strong and fast style, or whatever they called it. On one hand, you could choose to deliver a move in the strong style. The move will deal more damage, but after that, it'll take longer for your Pokemon to act. On the other hand, you could choose to unleash a move in agile style. Such a move will have less power behind it, but your Pokemon could act more quickly afterward. In truly favorable conditions, it might even get out 2 moves before the opponent can act. Strong style moves, agile style moves, and of course regular moves. Choose which is right for a given situation and direct your Pokemon with a little nudge. Like the little things like this. They've tried to advance or make the strategy of Pokemon games more intimate with stuff like the Z moves and Mega Evolving. I really think that this strong and agile and regular style move mechanic has advanced the strategy and the depth of Pokemon battles far more than those sort of gimmick temporary elements are ever going to have. And like Z moves, with the Gigantamaxing and Gigamaxing, all that kind of stuff. Those are sort of more flashy gimmicks. This, I think, is more of something that has staying power that will be... Like, if the next mainline Pokemon does not have this element to its battles, I think it'll be... I think it'll be considered a significant step back. I hope this isn't something unique to Pokemon Legends Arceus. Agile Style reduces the power, raises... Oh, both Agile and Strong Style... Oh, wow. For a move to use more PP instead of just 1 per use. Reduces the power of the move, raises the speed, action speed, uses more PP than usual. Strong Style boosts the power, lowers the action speed, and uses more PP than usual. Okay. Okay. Oh, one more thing. If you want to teach your Pokemon some powerful moves, let me know. Zizu's teachings should serve you well when you're up against tough Pokemon. Now I suppose it's time. I want to meet Mai. You remember I mentioned at the Wallflower that I could use your help with Mai's request. I'm on her... You know, it's kind of frustrating that this Wallflower pace is like a main hangout of a Galaxy team, but we never get to see the inside. We just get to see the outside where they eat on that table, and it's kind of disappointing. You'd want like 7th Heaven in Final Fantasy VII. It's like, oh, it's the hideout of Avalanche. You get to see what the inside is like, get a feel of like this is what they do to unwind at the end of the day. And to meet her past the foot of Aspiration Hill. You should come as well once you've readied your Pokemon team and perhaps had them learn some new moves from Sisu if you like. Request from Mai. Go to the Obsidian Fieldlands to meet Mai of the Diamond Clan. Yeah, so the Diamond Clan... So these people in this town are kind of like colonists. And the Galaxy team... Oh, the Galaxy team and these people are kind of like settlers who've come from abroad. And it seems like the Diamond Clan are kind of just the people who've been living here for generations already. Wait, let's see. Let's save. What do I do to save? Wait, okay. Okay, that's... Okay, I forgot. B is to crouch. I forgot which button you press to crouch. Well, let's see if I could buy some equipment. Well, first... Let's... No, let's... No, okay. Save your progress. I'm frustrated that the character graphic doesn't reflect like his customizations in the uniform he's wearing. He's just sort of wearing that generic white t-shirt. But whatever. Choi. See something you want, it's yours for a price. If it's not here, by all means, craft it yourself. Okay. Revive. Do I have any of those? I don't have any. Cake lure base. A type of field prison that enhances the flavors of other foods that it's mixed with. Let's buy a few of these. This looks good for crafting with. Okay. Potion, we have 6. We bought some potions. Revive. Let's buy 5 revives. Now, are there raw what is Malari? Is that her name? Oh, you have completed Starly's entry in your Pokedex. Hurry, let me read it. Wait one moment. Male and female Starly have different appearances? Let me see. So the markings on their foreheads are different sizes. Incredible. I had no idea. I didn't read that myself because I didn't actually read the Pokedex. Thank you for letting me read this Pokedex entry. Now I know more about it, I imagine I might finally bring myself to touch a Starly. Please, if you find it in your heart, catch a Starly and bring it to me. If there's not a Pokemon in the world so adorable, show Marley a Starly. Okay. Alright. Is there a place where I could buy raw ingredients? And like this right here with these sort of apartment building looking things. I'm guessing that these are based on, I guess, feudal Japanese, like how feudal Japanese towns were built, because Mystical Ninja starring Pokemon is based in feudal Japan, and they're also sort of little tenements that are kind of like this too. When you first encounter a wild Pokemon, the first thing you should do is focus on it. You're not scared of Pokemon? Alright. Show you the Survey Corps' newest member. Let us both do our best for the sake of the village. Nothing in here. 1, 2. There's another this way. So let's talk to Pachirisu. He just hops around and makes cute noises. Okay. So these people, these are the security corps, and I'm in the survey corps. Goodness, you're starting to catch all kinds of Pokemon now? Throwing Pokeballs is all well and good. Just don't throw your life away, kid. Alright. Let me mess around. Okay. And like, and a little while from now, I'm gonna try again to see if I can fix my audio, because you know what? Alright, 15 minutes, like an hour into gameplay. I'm gonna take like 5 minutes aside. I'm gonna try to see if I could fix my audio. I mean, it's playing for my viewers, which is the most important thing, but so you're in the survey corps. Don't forget to carry some berries and potions with you. It's amazing that Captain Silene has acknowledged your potential. Alright. You don't say. Young Sprouts can't hold a candle to me, but I'll leave the surveys to you, Sonny. Good luck, new recruit. Show us what you're made of. Like, there's, like, little appeal to going in these houses and just getting these sort of really insignificant lines of dialogue. But the fact that they put an interior to these houses, gave you someone to talk to, they could have just not done that. And just had the houses be for decoration, which would have been way worse than just going in and getting an insignificant line of dialogue. Now, I feel like in the classic 2D Pokemon games, you always go into houses, you talk to someone, and they have an insignificant line of dialogue a bit. Came all the way from Hoenn, but this land has nothing in it. Yeah, I feel like it's more of a time investment. You know what? It's the loading. That's what makes this seem so much more like of a waste of time. It's the fact that you have to go into the house, then it loads. I was so bored, I wish something would happen. If there's a place you're hoping to visit, stretch out that map and put a pin in it. Let's visit the other row of apartments. Okay, now it's right, the survey corps. You survey corps a lot are amazing. I mean, you catch all these strange Pokemon like it's nothing. Nothing in this house. Oh, there we go. There's someone. Nawaki. Hello there, the new survey corps recruit. Pleased to count you as a teammate. You know, it's funny. Seems like a lot of the names are more explicitly Japanese than in any of the previous Pokemon games that had regions based on places in Japan. Like Pokemon, like the original Pokemon was based in Kanto. The second Pokemon game was based on Kansai. The third game was based on the island of... I forgot the island, but it's the island that in real life has Nagasaki on it. And then Sinnoh was based on Hokkaido. But I never, like... Yeah, here's Craig's. That's a more, like, European name. Hey, Roliet. I'm enjoying Pokemon Actual Effort Edition. It's definitely, I'd consider it a significant step in the right direction. There's some rough edges and cut corners, but if this was what Pokemon Sword and Shield was, I really wouldn't have been as hard on it as I was on Pokemon Sword and Shield. And the fact that, yeah, I get some of the choices and some of the changes they've made to the traditional Pokemon formula with this, I can just vividly imagine meetings between the people working on this game and higher ups in the Pokemon company just shouting at each other across a table, like with the higher ups being like, no, you can't do this, this is what a Pokemon game has to be like, and being like, no, we have to change it. They've gotten rid of a lot of like conventions of Pokemon that became series traditions, but when you really get down to it are just remnants of the fact that the original Pokemon games were designed in 1995 and 96 for a piece of hardware that came out in 1989, and even in 1989, the Game Boy was withering technology at that point. Yeah, I'm gonna put at least 20 hours into this game. Hey, Serial Wars. Yeah, 95 was a good year. Yeah, I'm gonna put at least 20 hours into this game. It's funny because I enjoy this game. I want to play it and get into it, but at the same time, I'm also kind of frustrated because there's so many vintage games I'd want to get to and other games I want to get to. So I'm gonna put at least 20 hours into this one because on one hand, I kind of like my approach to. Sorry, I'm gonna get into the game for a second. You're gonna go survey Pokemon, huh? Going to find out all the ways they're terrifying. Yeah, on one hand, I really was genuinely interested in wanting to play this game. On the other hand, I kind of wanted to play it like sort of checking in on a relative, where it's like, okay, I'm going to go on their Facebook page. I hope they're not getting into trouble. I hope they're, you know, like, yeah, like, you hope they're not, I hope they got to have a job. Hope they're, you know, not couch surfing. And hope they're not homeless. I just hope they're doing okay. And once I know they're okay, I'm kind of, all right, fine. I don't need to know all their business. I don't want to talk to them on the phone. I just want to make sure they're okay. That's how I kind of was with this game, where it's like, all right, I'm gonna check in on Pokemon, making sure it's actually making reasonable progress. You know, not sticking to traditions that have held the series back. Showing some more effort and trying to progress what the game could be in the way that Mario and Zelda have. And I've kind of gotten my satisfaction with this game. Yeah, this isn't an experience of my experience with Sword and Shield. And the thing is, on one hand, I was genuinely fascinated by all the detail there was in Pokemon Sword and Shield, to the point where I could spend several hours commenting on, you know, just how they're presenting the title screen, how they're presenting the first house, like the houses in the first town. Like, I spent hours commenting on all that alone, but at the same time, I was also pointing out all the shortcomings, and I watched like a 3 or 4 hour in-depth review or breakdown of Pokemon Sword and Shield. Actually, I did that only within the last month or so, and I was like, on one hand, I'm sorry that I think I don't know if there are even any of those old Mercury locomotives left. I think they've all been scrapped. I don't even think there are any in museums at this point. Yeah, no, it's funny because I tried that style. I tried the braids, and I was like, nah, like they're nothing like how I keep my hair, so I'm not really that interested. Then I just went back to the default because I tend to like defaults and when you have customization options. And then I left the salon. I was like, wait, if I'm wearing the hat on top of it and you have the couple of braids sticking in front, actually that would kind of look like my hair a bit if I wore a hat over it. So I went in, got the braids, and then put the hat over it. And when you wear the hat, it cancels out the braids because this game can't handle the graphics for having both a hat and braids. So it was kind of pointless. But so it was a disappointment, but an amusing one. Oh, that's what I was getting at. Excuse me. Just the fact that So when I looked at all of all the things in Pokemon Sword and Shield, if it's a headband, it doesn't cancel it out. But I like having the hat, though, because I like having the default uniform. Because, like, in the game, I'm supposed to be, like, playing the role of, like, joining this sort of police or military-esque organization. So I kind of like having the default official uniform. You can unlock a suit and a top hat. Yeah, I kind of like so both gates will give you the option to, I guess, go to the same places. It doesn't... I wondered if the different gates would give you different options. Oh, yeah, Leventon, I perceived the idea that he was from Galar. Oh, yeah, this is the back end of the... Oh, there's a second set of houses you can go into. I'm not going to bother going into those. It's probably just more incidental dialogue. But with some of the silly, ridiculous corner cutting and bad things that they did in Pokemon Sword and Shield, I was like, on one hand, I'm glad I didn't waste my time getting into this game. On the other hand, if I experienced these things live and my reaction to those things would have been hilarious. Can Pokemon of the same species really come in different sizes? I know the professor said they do, but I'll have a hard time believing unless I see a different size ones lined up side by side. If they really are a bigger Buizel than mine, I'd love to see them alongside one another. I have the one I have for comparison's sake. You're a natural when it comes to catching Pokemon, right? I bet you see where I'm going with this. If you catch a bigger Buizel than mine, would you let me have it? I'll make it worth your while. Okay, so that's the little quest we could do later. Yeah, the time period is more akin to Meiji and Taisho era Japan, so 1880 to 1915. So it's Japan right when Westernization began. So when people say this is supposed to be ancient Sinnoh, what the hell, they're wrong. It's that hard to catch a big Buizel, huh? Okay, we'll find out. I do like the idea of, well, of the Pokédex being... Wait a second. Oh, practice field. Okay, so the different gates do go to different places. Okay. And it's showing... Okay, so I have to go to the main gate to go to that other area. Okay, I have to go to the main gate to actually go out into the world map and be able to choose different regions. Yeah, there are a lot of... I guess this isn't... I wouldn't consider this open world in the manner of, like, Breath of the Wild. But I would like a more structured format akin to this would seem to be the way to go for the next mainline Pokemon game. And these sort of more open ones I think would be good for spin-offs. But the idea that Pokemon moves are that the Pokemon, instead of only being able to know 4 moves and you have to permanently delete one move to learn a new one, the fact that they changed that out and that Pokemon now, their moves are now like equipable from a bank of moves that one Pokemon knows, and you could equip up to 4 moves, making the Pokemon more like traditional RPG party members that are recruitable, more so than in any of the previous games. Like, that's a great change. And that's a change that I think is one of those changes that they had really fierce arguments about for getting permission to even change a convention like that in Pokemon. Heading outside the village, well, stay safe, kid. Okay, we only have one area we could go to. I wasn't closely following the sort of discourse around this game, but I know at some point there was sort of a Game Freak lied type outburst of outrage, and the sense that, oh, Game Freak lied about Pokemon Legends Arceus being open world? And I was like, when did Game Freak say that it was open world? And even if it is or isn't open world, why does that matter? Because I'd rather them have a more structured game that's good than try to do an open world game and it's not very impressive. Like, I don't care about fulfilling a checklist, like, oh, it has to be to me, having a linear adventure is not a negative to me. Like, I don't care if it's a linear adventure or an open-ended adventure, where, like, I don't care if you have to progress through the scenario in a specific order, as long as it's structured well and is satisfying. Surprise you? Did I surprise you? I bet I did. I was trying to anyway. There's a secret technique to catching Pokemon, you see. If this becomes the gold standard for the gameplay of the core series from head on out, Game Freak will successfully retain me as a customer. No, I mean, if I went into this and I got the Pokemon, if I felt like I did it during Sword and Shield, I would have been like, that's fine. I'm just going to step back and I'm just going to enjoy the classic games from here on out. And Pokemon could continue to do the same thing it wants to do every 2 or 3 years, and that's fine. And in some of the, I think in one of the trailers or one of the Pokemon Direct things, they were really weirdly forward about saying that this game may determine the future of the Pokemon franchise. Like, they're very strangely being kind of forward in suggesting that the reception of this game may determine the course of future Pokemon games. Hitting a Pokemon's back with your Pokeball will surprise it, meaning make it easier to catch or giving you an advantage once the battle starts. And it's funny how there's this emphasis on catching a large number of the same species of Pokemon, which makes it a bit like Pokemon Go. And I kind of forgot that the idea of Pokeballs as disposable items that you could is something that's been part of the main series since the beginning. But the idea of having a large number of Pokeballs and the idea of being able to catch a Pokemon without battling it is something that's sort of more came into the series with Pokemon Go and kind of continued with a bit with the Pokemon Let's Go, Pikachu and Eevee. The backstrike technique, okay. You're part of the Survey Corps working to create a Pokedex, as they all are. You might end up meeting every last Pokemon here in Hisui. You should know that I'm already looking forward to the day you accomplish that. Yeah, so this is kind of like early, like just barely pre-industrial sort of uh, sort of world here. And it's interesting how there've been several different depictions of pre-modern versions of Pokeball. Oh, the I have tons of secrets and little bits it doesn't tell you. Okay, well I appreciate that. That rich, marvelous tone. How is it produced? I must know. Is this about Chatrot? I think that Pokemon is called. Cricketot. Okay, I confused Cricket. I just combined Cricketot with that sort of parrot Pokemon. Yeah, Cricketune is the evolved form. That's the one that sort of plays its arms like a violin. I'm not, of all the Pokemon, I'm relatively unfamiliar with the Sinnoh era Pokemon. My main relation with the Sinnoh era of Pokemon has been through the anime, which I think, as far as I know, and I have watched about maybe a third of Unova, and a third of Unova, and really like a couple episodes of the X and Y series, and I watched the first episode of Pokemon Journeys. But basically, as I understand it, the Sinnoh era of Pokemon is probably one of the eras that stuck the closest to the storylines of the actual games of that era. I want to learn more about Cricketot. You must be curious about them as well, right? I mean, they make those sounds of theirs. It's a musical mystery like none other. The most recent Pokemon anime content you've seen was Origins. Yeah, they had Origins, and there was, and after that it was the Zoroark movie. Yeah, the Zoroark movie. That was that movie that they kind of, that was the 13th movie. It was after, because they did something interesting, because the Sinnoh era TV anime was kind of relatively faithful to the games, and even the spin-off games of that series, because they kind of tried to tie in Pokemon. They tied in Pokemon Ranger with that series as well in the Diamond and Pearl TV anime. But then the movies, I think they did 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think they did. Okay, what they did? They did a movie based on Dialga and Palkia. They did a movie. Yeah, they did one based on Arceus. Yeah, I think they did like a 3-part trilogy based on with a sort of progressive storyline based on the legendaries from that era that ended with the Arceus movie. Then they did the Zoroark movie, which was kind of a tie-in between the Diamond and Pearl era going into the sort of Unova era. While we have an hour left till a break, I just want to spend 5 minutes and try to fix my audio, because I cannot hear the music from the game right now. I could be getting on, but then I had to unplug my mic to undo the static problem that I had, and it fixed the static problem for my audio for... Can I hear? No, that's not. Device? Speaker? Yeah, I have to try to see. I'm just going to spend 5 minutes. See if I could fix my audio. Alright, I can't... Wait. Can I hear? Can I? Wait, am I? Hello? Alright, I'm hearing my own mic. Hold on. I need to... Hello? Okay, that's not... I need to... This is really creepy hearing my own voice. Okay. Is that good? No. I don't want to hear my own monitor off. Alright. Okay, there we go. There we go. Now I'm not hearing my own mic. Yeah, the Zoroark movie. Yeah, and the crafting is fun. And it's funny. The crafting system in this is actually more of a true crafting system. Like, if you think of Breath of the Wild, like open world games are traditionally associated with crafting systems, but the closest thing to a crafting system that Breath of the Wild had was the cooking system, which was fantastic and tons of fun to experiment with. But on the other hand, you seem more restricted in this game as to what you can craft based on the recipes you have access to. Whereas in Breath of the Wild, you could make any food dish as long as you had the ingredients for it and you were free to experiment to try to create new things. Now, if I... global settings, how about... if I do speaker, that's my desktop audio. Okay, so I don't need to mess with that. Alright, sorry, only 2 minutes and a half more, and then I'll go back to the game. Now it's just being slow and silly. Channels. Please. Yeah, the Zoroark move, and it holds your hand considerably less. Yeah, like Pokemon Black and White 2, there were a lot of cool options to let you skip the tutorial elements if you didn't want them. But then they sort of went back and sort of forced them back on you in future games. Now, so if I go to speaker, device, headphones, audio monitoring. So that's so headphones. So I'm not hearing speaking. So audio monitoring. Monitor off. Microphones. So I know that. Alright. This isn't working. I'm just going to have to put up with not having audio for the rest of the stream. Which isn't the worst problem to have. Okay. Mushroom cake making. Yeah, of the pre-reboot Pokemon movies, the 13th is probably one of my faves. But I don't think I saw the movie with the movie with the Manaphy movie with I know the villain was some kind of pirate. I never saw that one. But aside from that, all right. Let's just knock this one out for the experience. Or it could run away. Let's see if I could... if I do it strong style... Oh, come on. Alright. That was disappointing. Actually, let's have Freeway or no, she's not a Quilava yet. Excuse me. But, I tried to sneak up on this guy, and I don't know why. Galaxy member. The more energy a Pokemon's got, the harder it'll be to catch. Alright. Okay, there's... there we go. Starly's keeping its guard up. Okay, so only quick attack. Oh wow, you get the little... oh, almost knocked out. Wow, that actually did hit for quite a bit of damage though. So using the strong... if you haven't yet, sometimes Eevees show up around the grass next to the river. I think I saw one, I tried to catch him, but it didn't work out. There's a method I've seen like that where you could, like, I guess, exploit the way that the game spawns in Pokemon as you defeat them to get nothing but Eevees, and you could just very easily get from the beginning of the game, have a team of Eevee evolutions. But I decided to just sort of play the game organically. Okay. Actually, let's use Silcoon. for a while. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, you need to get them from behind. Alright. Alright, let's fight you. Using your Pokemon to pick up stuff. Oh yeah, that's... I knew... Just the fact that that gave you experience alone was... Oh my goodness. Yeah, of course it's going to use flying type moves. I did not think this through. Alright. Thanks for running away. Now I can heal you. Okay, so actually let's use Poison Sting a bit more. I mean, we're not far from the base. The base is over this way, I think. Let's just go ahead and heal them up. Yeah, it seems like they've scaled up the ability, like, what level 3 or 4 means seems to have been scaled up, I guess. Which I think is ultimately, I guess, for the better. How long would you like to rest? Just a little while. Even the sufficiently leveled up team, they're like glass HP-wise. Yeah, I guess they wanted to... I guess it's more realistic, I suppose. Because in old Pokemon games, any even slightly trained Pokemon would just annihilate any most wild Pokemon in an area. And you know what I think it is? I think due to the fact that there's less of an emphasis on trainer battles this time, they wanted to make the wild Pokemon tougher to fight. I wonder if that's what's going on. And the thing is, like, the core series needed a shakeup, it needed modernization, but I didn't want it to go full action RPG. Like, they call this action RPG. Yes, in comparison to traditional Pokemon, this is more of an action RPG. But I feel like this is good enough to make it more dynamic and more deep without it becoming like a traditional Final Fantasy where there are lots of really deep systems that are maybe hard to keep up with and having to move in real time to keep up with everything. Okay. You're fixated on using rollout, but you were hurt by poisoning and you were knocked out, and we get a bunch of... Alright. Alright here, so let's... It's a good excuse, a good place to... Yeah, it's interesting over the years, just listening to, like with Pokemon Omega Ruby Alpha Sapphire, I don't know, I played Pokemon games more for the story and the world than for strategic battling. So it was interesting listening to people talk about Pokemon games that I perfectly enjoyed based on the main campaign. And when I look online, people would be like, "Oh, that was terrible. That game was terrible based on the metagame type stuff." That I personally wouldn't have been into. Okay, good Silcoon. For a immobile object, you're well, not immobile, but yeah, we want to use Poison Sting a bunch to fill out that Pokedex requirement that was listed there. And I do like the idea of the Pokedex as being more of an actual field guide, where you gradually learn more and more about the Pokemon by fighting with them and seeing how they act and catching multiple examples of them. So it's a bit more like an actual like bestiary or zoological guide, especially a zoological guide from like this time period, when you see a sort of handwritten notes written by naturalists about different plants and animals. It more resembles that, more like an actual, I guess, naturalist's field guide than the traditional Pokedex would have. Now, one thing I do need to get used to is just pressing X. It's a cool system, but using X to switch between your Pokemon and your Yeah, but just switch between your Pokemon and your items. Yeah, they establish a firm age for the character. And I found it interesting from the beginning, because I didn't know, I found it interesting how they kind of go into, how this game begins kind of reminds me of the Mystery Dungeon games. In terms of, like, oh, you wake up and, because I think the last Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game, not the remake of the first one they did on Switch, but the first one they did on 3DS, like, a lot of the Pokemon Mystery, at least some of the Pokemon Mystery Dungeon games I've played implied that you're not just from another world and wake up as a Pokemon, but you're from a world where Pokemon either doesn't exist or where it exists as, like, a multimedia franchise. So fight, how about... Yeah, let's try to catch him. Local youth aggressively lowers local beaver population. Yeah, yeah. And it's, yeah, Arceus gives you a phone. That's an, I guess, I don't know why, I think they felt, it's funny how they felt kind of weirdly, I feel like, okay, we're kind of loosely going after the Breath of the Wild formula, and so in Breath of the Wild, there's what's clearly intended to be a tablet computer, sort of given a sort of ancient or magical, or like a magical context. So they decided they needed to do the same thing with this and have like some kind of Pokemon version of the Sheikah Slate. No. Yeah, he doesn't want to hang out with me. So actually, I don't feel like. Let's no. We have to. No, I didn't mean to take a doggone screenshot. Let's. How do I? Need to Okay, I go pressing up on the D-pad to bring up the items. That's something I'm still not useful. Well, so what is this? How much HP does this restore? Okay. 20 points? Yeah, I'll use these instead of potions. It's not like... So... Yeah, the potions... Okay, so Oran Berries are my typical healing items. Potions... So Oran Berries are my new potions. Potions are my new super potions, pretty much. That's just... I found that very strange when I realized the survey... The photo doesn't change. I found that very odd. I'm not even upset by it. That's... Now there's certain... Oh yeah, I have to... This isn't Breath of the Wild where I just walk up to the tree. I just have to actually send out my Pokemon. And I do use... You know, this... If they did not have the option for motion controls to aim the Pokeballs and the items, I would have a much harder time playing this game. But the fact that I can just use the motion control, just tilt slightly, it makes it a lot easier for me to play this game. It makes it a lot more like accessible to me. Speaking of which, I'm very excited that they added what a lot of people have sardonically referred to as a journalist mode into Metroid Dread. So I'm very interested in going back. I was gonna go back to that game one way or another. I may not have necessarily... I might have played it off stream and recorded it instead of, I was thinking about streaming the Direct. I'm glad I didn't, because I watched Pete Dorr here on Twitch. I watched his stream. And I think I enjoyed watching his stream of it, especially his reaction to Klonoa, a lot more than I would have enjoyed streaming it myself. And Klonoa is definitely a game that, It's funny, I have a lot of... Like, because I've been sitting on Super Lucky's Tale, which I have on retail for Switch. I've been sitting on new Super Lucky's Tale for over a year. Then I also have... I'm going to be playing... I have Freedom Planet that I've been sitting on for, like, years, specifically for streaming. Then I want to play Klonoa, Fantasy Reverie. And then what else I've got? And I want to play Marsupilami. And I've got all these platforming games... that feature, like, non-human critters as the main characters, and I'm not even going out of my way to find them. Like, I won't play a game just because it has, like, a non-human main characters in them. Like, that doesn't, like, attract me to a game. Like, so it's kind of interesting how that ended up happening. Now, the fact that I like platformers in general... And platformers tend to have, like, cartoony animal or critter mascots in them, in general, kind of predisposes me to that. But I really don't go out of my way for games that I guess would have a like furry or like creature characters in them. Yeah, Fire Emblem Warriors, a sequel that would lead to more Twitter fan art for a week, and then nobody will ever talk about it again. Now, was that an actual sequel, or was that DLC for the previous game? I don't care enough about Fire Emblem, let alone Fire Emblem Warriors, enough to have really noticed the difference there. Now, let's see. If I go... Okay, it's down to go to the Pokedex. Let's go to Silcoon. Did I do the... Yeah, Silcoon. No. Okay, no, we go to Silcoon. Go in there. Research tasks. No. For this interface is cool, but it's like tricky to figure out how to do it. Wraps itself in silk. Okay, number of... Okay, no. Okay, so Silcoon... Man, this interface for this Pokedex, they kind of... I know they tried to streamline it, but I think they got a little too clever for their own good with this. Because what I want to do is... Okay, Silk... Number of times seen it use Poison Sting. Okay, so we need to see it 12 and then 25. You loved CyberConnect 2's art direction for Anthro Worlds like Solato Robo and the Tail Concerto series. Yeah, you know, I was just thinking of I was thinking of the point I just made where I don't go out of my way to, like, play, like, Anthro or furry-ish games, because there are a ton of games I could be playing that I really just don't care about at all, because I care more about the game itself than what the characters are like, or if they're, like... But I was thinking of Tail Concerto and specifically recently, and I watched someone play Tail Concerto for a little bit, like years ago, and when I play that, it's probably going to be one of those games I go ahead and go for the an emulated option, because okay, so yeah, I just know, like, what I remember the most is just how cute that game looked with the way the robot that your character is piloting sort of walks around with its long, lanky arms. And actually, I think Tail Concerto came first, but the robot you pilot in that game reminded me a lot of some of the Reaverbot designs in the Mega Man Legends games. So we're going to use a bunch of poisons. We're going to grind on these Bidoof with some Poison Sting attacks. And Solata Robo, I don't even know of that. I never even heard of that game before, actually. It's simple once you get used to it. You only need to do the research levels up to 10. You don't need to do every last task. Doing the task will get you points for your rank. The task with the red arrow gives you more points and levels up the dex entry by 2 instead of 1. Okay. Yeah, this, like, with this Pokedex, with the system for leveling, I guess, let's try. Okay, can I... I'm hoping... Come on. Yeah, we knocked him out. Okay, there we go. Yeah, this new system of gradually enhancing the Pokedex based on your experiences as you play the game, it really feels... It makes I guess the gameplay cycle of, like, battling and catching wild Pokemon more important than ever before. When a dex entry is level 10, a shiny will be much more likely to appear. This upset the Pure Series purists. The series purists who preferred the prestige of how difficult it was to encounter shinies in past games. You know, the only shiny I don't care about shinies, so I don't really mind either way. The only shiny I ever encountered, not counting the red Gyarados in Pokemon Gold and Silver, the only shiny I ever encountered was I caught a shiny Shanks. Was it a Shanks? What was the Gen 3? Yeah, the Gen 3 electric... Was that Shanks? Was that in Gen 3? Whatever. No. It was a It was a Electrike. I was confusing my electric quadruped. Yeah, I was confusing my electric quadrupeds. I was confusing Shanks with Electrike. I was like, I know it's electric. I know it was cat-like. I know it was a quadruped. So I was just going through all the Pokemon that fit that description. And I know my next concrete objective is right over there. Yeah, Luxray, Magnetric, yeah, the Zeb Striker, and Blitzeline. Yeah, there are a number of electric quadrupeds to choose from. Actually, no, I want to use Silcoon for this. What are those, peaches? Are those peach berries? Oh, they're apricorns. Okay, I was overthinking that a bit. And okay, it's been a while. But Kalaka Boy has redeemed the Sodor lore reading redemption. So we're going to hop over to our Sodor lore reading layout. We're going to pause the timer for a minute. I've gotten lax. I used to always keep my Sodor lore reading document out because where is, okay, here we go. Now I just want to make sure, okay, my mic is there for that. And actually, no, excuse me. Excuse me. I'm not, see, look, this is how, I'm too used to traditional Pokemon because I just stopped moving in the overworld as though that was going to make me safe. And it's not, because this doggone Drifloon is stalking me. And he is not letting me go. He is, yo, this Drifloon, you need to chill, Drifloon. Why is it... Okay, finally, I'm safe. Alright. I had to run all the way back to the base camp. Okay. So today, on Sodor Lore Reading, we are going to learn about the decline of the Mid-Sodor Railway. In 1923, just after the grouping, the Peel Godred Power... And by the way, the grouping, I think, was 1920... Yeah, no, it was 1923... Basically, there were, like, I think tens of dozens, if not even more than 100 different railways, privately owned railways in Great Britain. The grouping was an act of the government that grouped most of the railways of Great Britain into just 4 large railways. The only originally existing railway that still kept its original name was the Great Western Railway, and then 3 other railways were the London Midland Scottish Railway, the Southern Railway. There's the Great Western Railway, the London Midland Scottish Railway, or LMS, the Southern Railway, and the Great Western Railway, of course. Okay, I was wondering, like, where's the other railway? I was missing one. What the heck? Okay, so in 1923, just after the grouping, the Peel Godred Power Company, a subsidiary of the British Aluminum Company, obtained powers to build a dam and hydroelectric power plant a mile or so northwest of the town. The power company had at first considered using the port of Arlesburg and the Mid-Sodor Railway for transport of their equipment, but while the port facilities were adequate, the slim clearances on the mountain section of the Mid-Sodor Railway proved an insuperable obstacle. Accordingly, they agreed with the Northwestern Railway for the construction of a standard gauge branch line from Kildane. The opening of this line had a disastrous effect on the Mid-Sodor Railway. Passenger and goods traffic to and from the Peel Godred steadily fell. Except in summer, when the tourists came, passenger trains on the mountain section ran almost empty, and by 1935, when the Isle of Man steamers ceased to call, even this meager traffic had disappeared. The section was closed to all traffic in 1936. 3 of the 6 locomotives were sold in an effort to keep the company's head above water, and with them went the bogie saloon stock used on the boat trains and the picnics. These later found homes all over the island. Their buyers put them to use as summer holiday chalets, hen houses, and garden sheds. The engines which remained, the Duke, Stuart, and Falcon, these were in the best condition, and they, together with the 4-wheeled passenger and goods stock, sufficed for the mineral and such goods as passenger traffic still offering in the valley. When this local traffic took to the roads, the line became just what it had been at first, a mineral tramway, with trains running only and as when required. Okay, so that's the little story of the closure of the Mid-Sodor Railway. And with that, we're going to restart the timer. And we are going to go back to the game and continue on as we were. Getting stalked straight into the underworld with these devilish little Driflooms that are wandering around at night. Thank you, Kalakaboy, for redeeming the, okay, we need, okay. Man, Drift, you guys are vindictive, huh? You guys are fierce little ghost balloons. Okay, Drifloon is looking around. Okay, fight. I forgot what the relationship, yeah. Sometimes I just test moves because I don't have the chart, the type alignment charts fully memorized, so I'm like, I'll have to test, like, I remember Poison not being very effective against ghosts. Let me check that, and of course, and yes, that was not the case. That was the case. That it was not especially effective. Now, seems to have no effect. Oh yeah, it's a normal type move. Why am I trying to use a normal type move on a ghost? Yeah. I'm gonna have to switch my Pokemons out. Can I check? How do I check? Yeah, I don't. Can I check their move? Oh wait, no. Okay, so I could check my Pokemon moves this way. Okay, check Summer. Do you have any non-normal type damage dealing? No. Okay. Excuse me. Bidoof. Okay. Now I have to use the bumpers. Roll out. Okay, that's a rock type. Okay. It's a rock type damage dealing move, so I'll use that. I could use Bidoof for this. If he only had normal type, if like rollout, I forgot rollout was rock type. I remember it being normal type. Maybe was it normal type in Gen 2? I don't remember. But no, I think it was always rock type because I remember Shuckle using. No, and of course I am talking. Oh no, okay. Wait, is it not? There we go. Oh yeah, and isn't Drifloon flying as well as rock? So yeah, it is going to be super effective. Grit Dust. I mean, we're so close. Oh, excuse me. Alright, let's... Yeah, I know. I do this in Pokemon, in the mainline Pokemon games too, especially the older ones where they don't have those doctor or healer characters in the routes that you battle them and then they'll heal your Pokemon for free from that point on. I would often just fight one battle and just go back to the nearest town or Pokemon Center. And just boost back up. So level 10. Who is level... Okay, so at level 10, Silcoon's actually my weakest Pokemon right now that I have on my party. Alright. Yeah. Bidoof is fixated on using rollout. Well, let's... Yeah, I think they definitely made the wild Pokemon a lot stronger due to the emphasis on wild Pokemon battles as opposed to trainer battles. There we go. Can evolve. Alright, let's do this. Let's do this. He can evolve. Or I forgot if my... I forgot if... Okay, so we go up. So... Okay. And the fact that evolving is an optional... Like, once you get to a certain level, it's like... Well, yeah, let's do this. Sugun's ready to evolve. Do it! Yeah, let's do it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, this Pokemon is got the idea for a new move. I love that. Just the idea that the moves are equipable from a pool of moves. It's just like little things like that. Okay. Actually, yeah. Let's level up Bidoof some now. Hey, I want to beat up on one of your friends, Bidoof? Okay. Oh, or not. Let's see if we can make this quick. Okay. Let's use rollout. It's strong style. Let's get this done quick. There we go. Got a spoiled apricorn for our trouble. You know, before I go in the menu, I just tried to change the order of my Pokemon. I'm like, forgot, like, oh yeah, that really isn't a thing now. Like the Pokemon being in a particular order. It's just like you just scroll through them with the bumpers. All right. Starly's keeping its guard up. Oh yeah, I didn't mean to have Freeway out, but the quickest attack, quick attack. No, excuse me. I mean, quick attack. Please don't. Oh, doggone. Alright, I didn't... Oh, that's not the Pokemon I wanted to have out anyway. I meant to have Bidoof out. And by the way, this right here... Actually, this right now marks the first time I've ever raised a Bidoof. Yeah, roll out strong style. And look at all that. Yeah, this will be done quick. And let's see. Yeah, Freeway is still our strongest right now. Actually, at one point I think she was wasn't necessarily our strongest, but. And I just love how just you... Are those... Oh, no, okay. I was about to say, are those... I thought those... That Wurmple over there, I thought it was a Deerling. I was like, you can catch Deerling in this game? Let's go for it. Alright. Okay, that was... I think that's one of our first one-hit KOs we've yet to have in this game. Alright. Tumblestone. I guess I should be catching some more of these guys, huh? Oh, wait, this guy's worth... I mean, he has a lot of HP. That's a lot of EXP, right? So, let's just go for it. Wow, even at level 6, it still almost one-hit KO'd him. No! You missed out on all that EXP. Yeah, one thing I thought was weird was this effect here on these rocks. I don't know what they're trying... I guess they're trying to... I don't know what they're trying to do here. If they're trying to create the idea of moss with rocks on them, so there's like this shimmer effect, but it's clearly like a transparent polygon layer laid on top of a non-transparent one, so it looks like the ground's glitching out a bit. I don't know what they're trying to go for. Oh, this battle looks cool. Like, Beatup's up on the rock and Wurmple's down there. Okay, so let's strong style. Let's make it quick. Oh my goodness. Okay, I was not expecting that. He actually rolled down the hill to attack the other Pokemon. Like, honestly, if this was Pokemon Sword and Shield, he would have just went straight out over the rock. And, well, first off, this battle probably would have taken place in, like, checkerboard beta asset land that looks like it shouldn't have even been a part of the game. It looks like a testing environment during, like, the beta stages, but... this is so much. Yeah, I love that. Just having the fact that doing it's not just battles that give them experience, just actually interacting with the world and doing tasks for you like that. wandering around a bit in a way that could potentially get me into some trouble. Strong style rollout. And say, I have an idea. Look, I'm just having, look how much fun I'm having. I'm not even progressing the story. Like in past Pokemon games, like doing the the trainer battles, like I enjoyed them, but I didn't, there was something I tolerated. I didn't think like, oh, I have to do more battles, but it's something I did in order to explore. It's something I did in order to progress the story. Here, I'm just going through the gameplay loop of fighting Pokemon and finding resources. And I'm just doing that for its own sake, regardless of advancing the story. And I've never really played a Pokemon game quite in that manner before. Like, I remember, even recently, like, I still see people arguing, oh, Breath of the Wild, there's nothing to do in Breath of the Wild. It was just a dead, empty world with nothing to do in it. And it's like, the only way that, I'm not going to say that it's the wrong opinion, okay? I'm not going to say that. But what I'm saying is, what I feel like is, if you think Breath of the Wild had an empty world with nothing to do in it, that point of view only makes sense if you perceive the overworld of, let's keep this specifically Zelda related. If you think of Hyrule Field and other Zelda games, like Ocarina of Time, especially in like Majora's Mask, Twilight Princess suffered from this a bit where they made the overworld big, but there wasn't a whole lot to do in it. Even though I loved how vast and epic the world felt, there wasn't much to do. It was just kind of if you think of like Majora's Mask or Ocarina of Time, where Hyrule Field is very arguably just an interactive select screen to a way to contextualize which part of the game world to go to that had the actual content in it, the towns and the dungeons. If you think of it that way, if you think of Hyrule Field as something that just links the areas of the game that have the actual content in them, such as dungeons and towns, then yes, I could see how you could perceive Breath of the Wild as being just an empty world with nothing to do in it. But for me, the overworld exploration in the older Zelda games that had the more densely packed overworlds, like Link to the Past, like Link's Awakening, or even Minish Cap, those dense overworlds with lots of stuff to do, lots of corners to turn in. Oh yeah, I'm not messing with those guys yet. I saw that Snorlax over there. Yeah, that's like sort of early in Breath of the Wild, to draw another comparison. When you'd see a Guardian like roaming around and be like, yeah, I'm not going near that. That's kind of where I'm at with the alpha Pokemon at this point. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with alpha Pokemon, where it's like, yeah, I'm not gonna bother messing with that because I'm just going to not get destroyed. I don't feel like getting destroyed today. You could catch them with back catches. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, come on. If I can... Shinx is looking around? Okay. I'm gonna use Agile Style. Make sure we get this hit in super quick. Because she does not have... My Beedrift does not have a whole lot of HP left. And she got the hit in. And we got that EXP for her. Okay, let's go back. Actually, no. Let's go... Let's dip into our pool. No, we have to go... Do we have to go... Yeah, we have to go in here to use some of these items. No, actually, let's use the potion. I think it would be more efficient to use the potion. There we go. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. My ability to control... You know, speaking of rank determining how high a level Pokemon you can command in battle. That's one thing that annoyed me, because about the whole Pokemon Sword and Shield thing. Yeah, with Pokemon Sword and Shield, the controversy around leading up to when they initially announced that the entire roster of Pokemon would not be available in game. A lot of Pokemon wouldn't be in the game at all. I was initially willing to defend that. Because, from my point of view, I was saying this even as far back as, like, X and Y and Sun and Moon. I was like, they're adding more and more Pokemon. At what point does it become unscalable to have that many characters in a single game? I thought that was an issue they might have to deal with sooner or later. So they said, oh, they're not going to all be going to be in the game, so we could focus on other things. I was willing to accept that. It's when it became clear that the things they said that they were focusing on to sacrifice having a lesser roster were visibly not true. That's when I started to no longer defended that decision. And I honestly feel like with Sword and Shield, if they said, hey, we're going to have the mainline Pokemon games that are going to introduce a new part of the Pokemon world, a new region, and focus on having a curated selection of new Pokemon unique to that region, as well as classic older Pokemon that also we feel fit in with that region, and just have you focus on these main RPG. We're going to have these mainline RPGs that focus on having a curated list of new Pokemon as well as a few old ones. And then we'll have games in the style of maybe the Pokemon Stadium games that'll focus specifically on competitive battling, in which the entire roster of Pokemon will be available. I think that would have been a great middle ground. If they had said that, I think a lot of fans who were upset with not having the full roster of Pokemon in there would have been okay with that. But what I did not agree with was when there were some people who were dead set on defending every aspect of Pokemon Sword and Shield, every shortcoming, every controversy. Like, I know so many people. Was shocked by how frequently I was seeing this point being brought up in debates or discussions about Pokemon Sword and Shield and whether or not having the full Pokedex was a good or bad thing. I saw so many people saying, "Oh, well, actually, it's a good thing that the full roster that you can't transfer all of your old Pokemon into Sword and Shield, because now you're actually going to have to play through the game properly with the Pokemon you catch in Sword and Shield." And instead of just steamrolling through the game with old high-level Pokemon that you just transfer in from your older games. And that was a ridiculous talking point to me, because they're saying, oh, they solved the problem of now people actually have to play through the game with the new Pokemon instead of just steamrolling through with their old favorites that are high level from older games. That was never a problem in Pokemon. And that was a problem that had been solved since Generation 1 with the whole badge system of not being able to trade in high-level Pokemon that you traded for. You actually have to get through a certain part of the game to play through that. And in terms of the games, like, Gold and Silver and going forward, well, I don't think Gold and Silver. I think definitely from Gen 3 or 4 onwards, they made it so that you cannot transfer in Pokemon from older generations until you beat the main campaign. So that was never a problem with older Pokemon games. So you're saying that not having the full Pokedex was a problem, like, that solves the issue of people just steamrolling through the game and not enjoying the main storyline by playing with old, over-leveled Pokemon, when that was never a problem. Game Freak already solved that problem. I don't remember if you needed to unlock the time capsule or not, so I didn't talk about that. I don't remember if you could or not. So I just didn't bother even going into that. But I know definitely from Gen 4 and with Pokemon, the only Gen 4 Pokemon games I played were the Gold and Silver remakes, actually. So, all right. Let's see if we can get this done quickly. No, I did appreciate that in with some of the as you get further along, you don't have to jump through as many hoops to play through to transfer. Oh, I'm out of actually Dark. Or is Dark super effective against Ghost? Yes, it is. I was too busy mashing to even realize I learned Bite, actually. So. Yeah, like the Pal Park was how you had to go through. And was in Gen 5, didn't you have to play that weird game, that weird, like, radar game or something to transfer Pokemon over? I find it weird that they wanted you to play all these weird mini games to transfer Pokemon over, but Actually, I want to... Actually, hold on. I want to test something. I just thought of something. I want to... Okay, what do I have to do to... It's up on the D-pad. Okay. Scroll over to Pokemon. Let's see. Let's see if we can nickname Beautifly. I want to see something. Wow, it actually let me name my Beautifly Violet. Okay, I don't know. I wonder if that's because this game has no online elements. Because, yeah, I'm not going to go into detail about that. If you're curious, just, I guess, search it up yourself. But I was just interested to see if I can nickname my Pokemon that or not. Because I had a Pokemon I had named that. Yeah, I wanted to see if, because I had a Okay. I won't go... Like I said, I won't go into detail. I just wanted to see if that was possible. Please... Okay, I was hoping for a higher level one, but, we'll have to stick with... I wonder if you have to use a move a certain number of times to get the option to use it in agile or strong style. I wonder if that's the determining factor, because I see that some moves have it and some don't. Yeah, honestly, like, with Breath of the Wild, as an example, I barely was able to keep up with Breath of the Wild when I played that game. I mean, especially earlier on. That game was probably the most complex... I think that was probably the most complex interfaces for a game I'd ever played at the time, Breath of the Wild. Like, this game with the use of the trigger buttons and the bumpers and the D-pad and all the face buttons is probably the most complex interface of for a modern game that I've ever played. Because I've played modern games. They tend to be platformers and stuff that tend to have pretty simple controls regardless. Alright, medicinal leak. Yeah, I'm not going near that. And it's funny that, like... Okay. Can I get... Yeah, like... Okay. Yeah, this has... regardless of it being somewhat timely right now, but, I feel like, hi, I'm Johnny Knoxville, welcome to Jackass right now. Trying to sneak up on this, And I doubt the yeah. Please, no, don't. I feel like I'm in danger. Okay, yeah, I'm just go. Oh, yeah, I think. Yeah, I'll go after. Oh, no. Let's see. Will I catch you first try? Yeah, I caught him. Okay. Yeah, like the Pokemon, like yeah, the sense of actual, you know, there's some things in some dialogue, some NPC dialogue I've already encountered that implies that it's kind of strange because it implies that Pokemon only recently began to appear in this world, which is kind of interesting. Because it's like, I don't know. It seems like like people seem to have no memory of, or not, like the existence of Pokemon seems to be a new thing that they're trying to get accustomed to. So that's a little interesting. Okay. Hey, we got a Vivichoke. Okay. Now, 13. Yeah, let's level up. Let's level up Violet a bit. The main reason I might actually use the nicknaming system is just to make it super easy to keep track of the Pokemon that I'm actually bothering to raise. Yeah, okay. There we go. You know, I'm kind of sympathizing right now, because this whole time, I have actually not been able to... Oh, hello. Hey, buddy. Yeah, this whole time I've been playing, since the first, like, 15 or so minutes, or 10 or 15 minutes of the game, I've been playing this without sound. I know my viewers can hear the sound good. And I know, like, Ash Said Hi, who's had tremendous success on Twitch, and she's a fantastic streamer. You should all check her out. But Ash Said Hi, I know for a lot of her first like month or two of streams, she was streaming in her setup. Who is? Excuse me. All right. All right. I did not mean to do that, but it worked out okay. Yay, they're poisoned. Let's get this moving quick. Yeah, but for her first couple of months of stream, she wasn't able to hear the music in her own games, which is... I felt bad for her. I mean, but, you know, she gradually upgraded her setup and equipment, and now she's a partner, and she's doing great on Twitch, and I'm really happy for her. Yeah, actually, I think Ash Said Hi was there in, like, my very first stream, and, you know, helped me make sure my equipment was actually working. Because the lead up to my very first stream, it was like really frantic. It was like all day long. Like every moment of that day, I felt like I was preparing to launch. It's like getting ready for a NASA rocket launch, where I'm testing all these settings and making sure all this equipment is okay, and getting ready to go live. And now it's happening. And now if anything goes wrong, all these people are gonna see it. And but yeah, I had a few. Okay, so now I could evolve Starly. I have the option to now, so let's go into our menu. Starly, we're gonna name you I don't know why, I just want to name him Felch. Okay. No particular reason. No clever... Oh yeah, I meant to evolve him. Yeah, it's definitely the evolution animations are definitely a glow up from the Sword and Shield. Alright. Actually, yeah, we're gonna... No. We don't want... yeah, actually. What move? Yeah, let's check. I forgot. Let's check. Roll out. You don't even. She doesn't even know 4 moves yet. So, okay. Let's see. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, actually, based on how I plan to do the second 2 hours of the stream, I think I know what I'm gonna do. For now, let's just get. Oh. Hello, I see you. I see you. I see you. Don't. No. Don't act like. No. No! Doggone. They saw me. I could have had them. Doggone. It got away. Doggone. Oh well. Okay. Yeah, I actually didn't. I forgot I didn't switch back to my Pokemon instead of just my empty Pokeballs. So I actually do. So I'm just gonna grind a bit against these Bidoofs. Oh no, Violet! Alright. Yeah, let's... yeah, we'll bring out our next Bidoof. Well, our next Pokemon, which is Bidoof, excuse me. Man, okay. I gotta comment. The 2D grass here is really glitching out. It's like it's struggling to exist. That's kind of... I'll give that way more of a sin, a mark. Yeah, why is the grass, like, struggling to exist here? Like I was critical in my first stream of the 2D grass right here, but Pete was talking about, like, hey, I'll accept that if they had to make that sacrifice to have 2D grass there to get the game to run as smoothly as it does on a system that is kind of known for having jittery or chugging frame rates in a lot of games. And then he could accept that. I'm like, yeah, okay. It's not like Pete's known to be a Switch apologist. He really has made it known that you know, if he has an option to play a game on a system other than the Switch, he will, because of the way these frame rates are on a lot of these games. But how about we'll use Revive on Violet. And make sure we'll also use a potion. It seems that that's interesting. Using items doesn't seem to take up turns. That's interesting. Oh no, okay. Or unless I just coincidentally, they just happen not to attack. Okay. Okay, so good. Oh, and they learned a new move. Let's see what new move they learned. Change moves? Stun Spore. It causes paralysis. Air Cutter. We're not using Iron Defense much, so we'll just swap that out with Stun Spore. No. Yep. Man, that is so cool. That if there's only one feature that makes it in the new Pokemon game, or two, the strong and agile style moves, and the ability and the idea of the Pokemon's moveset being like being able to select the moves from a pool and exchange them at any time, as opposed to just only having 4 and forgetting them as you go along and having to use TMs and to relearn moves or whatever, and having to move deleter. All that needs to go, because honestly that system probably was originally in place because the original Pokemon games were on a system with limited technology. I mean, if you think about it, like the original Pokemon was designed for a system that came out in the 1980s, and even in 1989, when it came out, was already considered a relatively low-tech system. And I know, like, the next stream, I'm just going to plug this real quick. The next stream I'm doing is going to feature 2 Game Boy launch games. One I've played before and on stream, and one I haven't. And the Mario Land I really haven't played on cartridge since the 90s, frankly. So that's going to be incredible to go back to. Actually, I have the cartridge for both games? No, for just one. I have the Super Mario Land sitting right there. I know it's inverted in this version. But I was reading an old a couple of streams ago I did a stream of some old vintage game magazines, and I was reading Electronic Gaming. All right, I was reading Electronic Gaming Monthly #1, and in that magazine, like we found an article that was. I streamed Super Mario Land 2 I did a variety stream where I was playing games in like 20-minute stretches. I played just 20 minutes of Super Mario Land 2. I really almost deliberately didn't get through much of the game because I was just testing the game. If I had Super Mario Land 1, I would have played that then instead. But on my stream when I was doing my testing of the Analog Pocket, and I was just testing various cartridges I had, I played 20 minutes Super Mario Land 2, but we found an EGM #1. We're reading a scan of that magazine, and we found a section, the rumors section. And in the rumors section of EGM #1, I'll just talk about. Oh, oops! I guess my console cam. I'll just turn that off. And yes, I have a photo mill in the corner there. I did. You have the. There we go. Get rid of my. Yeah. So real quick, and then we'll go to break on the testing section. Oh, no, in the rumor section of Electronic Gaming Monthly #1, there was an article it flat out said that there are rumors that Nintendo is working on an all-in-one console with interchangeable cartridges that will display games on its own 2-inch screen. And the rumors Nintendo is working on a console with interchangeable cartridges that'll play games on a 2-inch built-in screen. And it'll be the first system of this kind since the Vectrex, which came out about 10 years ago. And we're really interested in what this console might be like. So they're literally talking about rumors of the project that eventually became the Game Boy, at a time when there is no proper system with interchangeable game cartridges on the market. And the closest thing they have to compare what they heard of the Game Boy rumors, the closest thing they have to compare it to is the Vectrex. And it's like, wow, to think of a time when like the idea of a handheld system with interchangeable systems is such a novel idea that they don't even understand how to describe it properly. And the closest thing they have to compare it to is the Vectrex. Now, I am going to go to my midstream break. I will be back in 10 minutes. And when we come back, we're going to play more Pokemon Legends Arceus. So I'll be back in 10 minutes, and I'm just going to plug my artist who did most of the artwork for this. And so I will see you in 10 minutes, and thank you for watching. Hey, I'll be back momentarily. Sorry for the delay. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, I got a little overly ambitious, and the stuff I wanted to get done outside of my streaming room while while my break was going on. So let's 1, 2, 0. So let's gear up for another 2 hours of Pokemon Legends Arceus. I did not spend too much time, as much time as I planned. Actually, yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess I just gotta decide whether I want my hair in front or behind me when I sit down. So it's just not, because I was bending under things. I was just messing around with some wires and stuff under my my desk to make sure that my cables were working right. Hey, Tundex, how you doing? Thanks for dropping in. Yeah, I've been having a great time with this. Much better time than I would have dared expect. Well, I won't go that far, but what we're going to do for now we're going to actually maybe work on developing the plot again, because I was actually just wandering around, getting into trouble, leveling up my Pokemon. So if I hit select, I can, if I remember no. Okay, if I remember correctly, I can warp back to the camp, right? Yes, I can. Which is great. Now, how long would I like to rest? Just a little bit. Yeah, like in typical and like traditional Pokemon games, I don't dislike battling, but I sort of just do it more because that's what you need to do to advance the story. Whereas in this game, I'm actually just wandering around, battling and catching Pokemon, and wandering around and not really trying to advance the story much. Now, how do I keep... This is... I know as far as using both the bumpers, both the triggers, the D-pad, and all the face buttons, this is definitely the Pokemon... the game... Of all the modern games I play, this is probably the one with the most sophisticated interface that I've ever actually been able to keep hold of and not get, like, flustered by, which I appreciate. Now, actually, let's do some crafting, too, while I'm over here. Yeah, let's go ahead and make all 22. Let's make... Yeah, let's... Wow, I happen to have... Yeah, I don't see any reason not to just go ahead and make a bunch of potions right now. Okay. So let's go ahead and save. No. Okay. So up on the D-pad. Then I use the triggers to lost and found and mystery gifts. Okay. I don't care about that. Let's just save. You had to force yourself to progress the story. You know, like Breath of the Wild, I spent like a week just messing around the Great Plateau. Even after I completed the first 3 shrines, pretty much immediately. First 4 shrines, or whatever. Those first few shrines to get the hang glider, I got that almost immediately, and then I just spent like a week just messing around the Great Plateau. Oh. He doesn't. He actually is running from me. Oh no, that's a. That's. I thought that was like a leak or some kind of item for. All right. So. Yeah, I was interested in playing this game just to see if it was any good or not, or if it would satisfy me after my interesting experience with Pokemon Sword and Shield that I had on stream. I it's funny. On one hand, I'm genuinely interested in this game, and on the other hand, I'm kind of frustrated because it's sort of delaying all these other games I've already had for a long time that I'm really eager to get into. I do want to put in at least 10 hours into this game. Like, yeah, like maybe I'll work out something like where every 4 or 5 streams, which, I mean, for me, the way I stream, 4 or 5 streams could be a long time because I don't stream more than 2 times a week, honestly. So, like, every, like, 4th stream, maybe I'll put in another 4 hours of this until I beat it. I know one thing for sure. I think I only want to do, as far as these bigger Switch games, for, like, little arcade games, maybe I'll deal with it differently, but these big retail Switch games, I don't think I want to focus on more than one at a time. For little arcade games and sort of, yeah, for high score and single screen arcade games and vintage games, I treat it differently. But for these big retail releases, I definitely don't want to do more than one at a time. All right, come on. If we can, no. Let's use that. Who am I even fighting? I forgot which Pokemon. Okay, I'm fighting with my Beautifly Violet. Okay. So. Yeah, that's one thing, the first real complaint I have about this interface, and here there's nothing specifically indicating which Pokemon is currently out in battle. Yeah, I played this for 4 hours the day after it came out, and this is the first time I played it since then. Because last week happened to be my week off from streaming, because every several weeks I take a week off. I think I have a good cycle where I'm streaming enough where it's not overwhelming, and when I take a break off, I really am eager to get back into it. But there are times where I try to stream a whole bunch, and I just get tired of it, and I mean, there's certain things I used to do that did cause it to take a lot longer to prepare for a stream than I do now. But, okay, so it's... no, that's a normal type move. That's not going to work. We're going to use... There we go. Yeah, unfortunately, I've been having I had a problem with my microphone, so I had to unplug and replug in the mic. And in doing that, it caused... Actually, I just thought of something. Why don't I actually just... Why don't I actually just go ahead... Can I get my audio to play... I'd have to turn the sound way down. Will it play through... No, I'm just trying to get my audio to come back. I know it's playing fine for everyone watching, which is my more urgent concern, but let's see. So... Okay, hey! For the first time in literally hours, I got my audio to come back. I like to have my audio... It's very convenient to have my audio come through my microphone, because I have my headphones I can plug directly into the microphone, and there's a volume adjuster on the microphone, so I can dynamically change the audio whenever I want to be lower or higher. It's very convenient. But if I have to unplug and replug in the microphone in real time, it can be very finicky trying to get it to go back and work again unless I restart my broadcast software, which is not something I want to do. So, alright, let's actually go ahead. How do you put... Okay, there we go. That's how we put the Pokemon away. There are many strong Pokemon that make their home on the other side of this bridge. Okay. Just had to... The tag on my shirt was messing with me a bit. And I do like this shirt a lot. But, no, Norton, go away. Okay. Don't let your guard down. Retreat to safety if you find yourself in trouble. So this was the point I couldn't pass last time I came into this area. Over here. My, this is H. My, a new face in the village. Not that it matters to me if you're new, but if you're here, I assume you're prepared to help. I am one of the wardens of the Diamond Clan. You may call me Mai. I suppose you might not even know what a warden is if you're new to Hisui. But such talk can wait. Right now, I'd rather we get straight to the point. I have a problem that I need help solving. So the more important question is, do you feel confident that you can lead your Pokemon in battle? I do. That's good to hear. The security core of yours certainly wasn't up to the task. This here is my partner, Munchlax. We were raised together like siblings. He battles at my side by choice. And once again, I'm very interested. This is really the first Pokemon game I've ever played where they use gendered pronouns to refer to Pokemon. The official style guide for Pokemon mandates that Pokemon always receive gender-neutral pronouns. And this is something like going back, if you look at the 90s, they always, even back in the 90s, in the anime, in the games, they never say he, they very, very rarely say he or she when referring to a Pokemon. Even if it's a Pokemon that could talk using psychic powers or can just speak plainly, they always will refer to him as it or them. And I've gotten pushback recently because there's, I guess, political aspects to using gendered versus non-gendered pronouns, where I'm like, Pokemon always receive gender-neutral pronouns, and I thought I was trying to make some kind of a political or identity-related statement, and when I'm just actually talking about the official style guide for Pokemon. But if you look at the logo for the Pokemon logo here, it's in blue. Traditionally, it's mandated that the Pokemon logo always be rendered in yellow. So I wonder if the fact that they used blue there, was trying to make a statement that they're trying to break some of the traditional conventions of Pokemon. Oh, it's a battle. I wasn't expecting that specifically. Okay, let's go. Yeah, this is only the third trainer battle in the entire game so far. Alright, let's try Poison Sting. Uh-oh. Yeah, let's switch up Pokemon. Let's send out... Who's relatively lower level that we could also... No, Violet barely has any HP left. Yeah, let's send out Bidoof. Because rollout has a potential to be quite a problem. So let's try. I don't know why I didn't think of just plugging my headphones directly into the computer until just a moment ago, because I tried just about everything else. Yeah, like, something about my broadcast software, it'll only recognize the headphone jack on the computer as a source to output to, unless I open the program with the headphones already plugged into the microphone. If I unplug, I guess I had to unplug the mic and plug it back in for my mic audio to sound good. Because occasionally, like every half hour or so, it seems like, well, it hasn't for a while, but occasionally my microphone just starts sounding like tinny, like I have a filter to try to give me a robot voice or something. There we go. But I like to stream the Wario Land series. I have a shoebox with my various Game Boy cartridges that I have played back in the day, as well as my, Game Boy cartridges I played back in the day, as well as games I used to have back in the 90s that I since sold or lost or were stolen that I've gradually been adding back into my collection. Super Mario Land here being one of them. And if I don't have Wario Land in that shoebox, then I'll have to definitely repurchase it again. I actually think I sold Wario Land to a friend while I was trying to raise money so I can get the Game Boy Advance. And I was on the way to 100%ing that game as well. But yeah, I'll be playing a lot of the game now that I have my Analog Pocket. I'll be definitely be playing a lot of those classic games. Starting with, my next stream is going to feature Alleyway and Super Mario Land, 2 Game Boy launch games. And then if I beat Super Mario Land for the end of the stream, which I expect I'll be able to, I've beaten Super Mario Land on the Virtual Console. Yeah, I'm not really. Yeah, I'm gonna hold out on accepting donations from viewers in terms of actual specific games at this point. In the future, I might, but for now, I'm just going to stick with what I have, just because I have such a massive backlog of digital and physical games that I'm planning to play that I don't want to accept a game from a viewer and then it be months or years, if ever, that I actually get to play that game on stream for them if it's a game they particularly wanted me to see me play. So I just want to. For now, I'm not going to accept donations, though I do very sincerely accept the offer. But I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to be playing Super Mario Land. I expect I'll be able to probably beat Super Mario Land in the stream. And if I do that, or if I get to the last hour of the stream before, yeah, but I have a bunch of retro magazines from around the launch of the Game Boy. Because I played a lot of those early Game Boy launch games in the 90s, but I wasn't reading the gaming magazines at the time covering the launch of Game Boy and its introduction into the market. So that'll be very interesting. My last magazine stream, which is up on my YouTube channel, I think was a lot better than I planned and I expected. It was really fascinating because I remember just reading about the first rumors of what became the Game Boy. And reading about the Game Boy in the future tense as like a rumored product they didn't even understand because they were comparing it to something like the Vectrex because they're like an interchangeable system, like a cartridge-based game system with its own built-in screen. It sounds like the Vectrex. So, all right. Another thing about the first issue of EGM, which we read on stream. Oh my goodness. Munchlax, you're steamrolling us. Gee whiz. I actually would expect that. Yeah, but I mean, this is this is the highest level Pokemon I think we've actually fought at this point. My only oh wow, did even the Pokemon that fainted get EXP from that? Or no, or did they not? Mon. If you really aren't one of the usual Galaxy buffoons, if you could defeat my partner. Well fought. Oh, what a diss to the rest of the Galaxy team. I'll take care of that Pokemon that battled for us. Oh, thank you for healing me. And I'll let you have these. You people make all kinds of things with your crafting, don't you? These should prove to be useful materials. 5 Vivichokes. You and your Pokemon fought well together. You practically acted as one with them. Rather like the legendary hero of old, the one we tell stories of to our children. I think you're indeed the one for the job. You see, I need someone to deal with an alpha Pokemon causing trouble upon the Deer Track Heights. It's a large, fearsome foe, like any alpha, but you'll come, won't you? I think this is the first time they explicitly talked about alpha Pokemon to me, because I've encountered them, but I only know what they are just because through secondhand, overhearing people talk about it. The Deer Track Heights? Excuse me, God is calling me on my phone. That thing you have, it's showing where you have to go, isn't it? My, that's like some curious sort of map. Is that one of those Galaxy Team inventions I keep hearing about? And I don't know the overall arc of the story yet, but I find it very interesting that they're going into what they seem to be getting at so far is the idea that Team Galaxy from Pokemon Diamond and Pearl was sort of intended to be a revival of this organization that existed generations earlier that helped sort of found what became the modern Sinnoh region. And that I'm guessing the Galaxy team is going to shown to be gradually having like secret, like maybe more sinister secondary intentions throughout the game, or just in general that Team Galactic was sort of a revival of the sort of Galaxy team that was sort of became corrupted or was sort of an intention to revive this, but they had dark intentions. Because, I mean, obviously, like, the outfits, the insignia looking like the Team Galactic logo. Yeah, and it's funny because I only, like, my most of what I know about the Team Galactic lore is from the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl anime. And as I understand, from what I understand, the Pokemon Diamond and Pearl era of the anime, as we discussed earlier, was seems like one of the elements of the games that most closely, I mean, one of the parts of the sections of the anime that most closely resembled the storylines of the games themselves. Okay. Seems like you're quite the assay to the Survey Corps, new one. Though, before I continue, do you already know about the almighty... Oh, now this is interesting. Do you already know about Almighty Sinnoh? Okay, so then the word or name Sinnoh existed back in this time. Of course, Almighty what now? Okay, we're gonna learn about how the origin of the word and the name Sinnoh and the region eventually became known as that. I suppose that's to be expected. Allow me to sketch out the basics. Almighty Sinnoh steers all time. It is said to have created the... Oh my... Are we getting... Okay, it seems... Okay, is Sinnoh another name for Arceus? Now that is fascinating. Almighty Sinnoh steers all time. It is said to have created the very universe using its power over time's flow, and this land of Hisui was born in the process. It is by the grace of Almighty Sinnoh that Pokemon can live and thrive here. We of the Diamond Clan are descendants of a people who crossed the sea and settled here in the Hisui region to venerate Almighty Sinnoh. Although it stole away from the world long ago, hiding itself from our sight, Almighty Sinnoh has only rarely been seen by any human, if old tales are to be trusted. But there are still Pokemon here in Hisui, with a connection to Almighty Sinnoh. Yeah, it's like calling God Yahweh. That's what I was thinking of. I was gonna finish letting her go through her whole dialogue before saying that. And it's the duty of wardens like myself to attend to their needs. The Pokemon that graces Deer Track Heights is one of those honored few, is directly descended from a Pokemon that was blessed with Almighty Sinnoh's protection. Follow me, and you may understand. Make your way to... And it's funny, I was just fidgeting by rotating the left analog stick during that dialogue, and as soon as I went back to the gameplay, it's like, woo, woo. Okay. Alright. So my Pokemon are all, yeah. Yeah, she healthied them all up for me, which I do appreciate. 11, yeah. Now, do I? Alright, so how about... I know what I want to do. I'm gonna go... Actually, I could warp back to the camp. No, I have to open up the phone, and there's the camp. Wow, okay, no, I'm not that far away. Okay. Back to Fieldlands Camp. And can we... If we talk to... no. How do we... It's best to be prepared. I want to see my Pokemon. I'd like to... Oh yeah, I forgot you could buy things from this guy as well. Cake lore base. I wish you could... I'd like to see my Pokemon. Okay, well, let's swap out... Do we have... Okay. Wow, both of my Drifloons are female. 5, 4... We'll go with the one that's stronger already. Change name. You will be named Lake L-A-K-E-H U. R. S. T. Lakehurst. Lakehurst the Driftblim. Yeah, I never played Diamond and Pearl, so I wouldn't know. But, okay, so let's move. Okay, we're done with you for now, Violet. Let's change markings. Oh, we're gonna give Pokemon. Okay, no, okay. We're gonna no markings. I think we're gonna stick with you long term, though. I think there's more reason than in traditional like past Pokemon games to actually use Pokemon and not just stick with a few favorites throughout the whole game. But moves, we're gonna change your marking. I'm gonna give you a heart as well. I think Lakehurst and Freeway are gonna be mains of mine because I have a Quilava and Typhlosion named Freeway and a Driftblim named Lakehurst in this Pokemon fic I wrote years ago that I actually started as a project for school because I had to write a television series for an existing. I had to write a script for a TV, but I had to write for an existing children's show, so I made this ridiculously overly ambitious Pokemon action political drama. And two of the main characters' Pokemon are a Driftblim named Lakehurst and a Freeway named Quilava. Lakehurst, I think I came up with for that story, but the Typhlosion named Freeway is actually from my Diamond and Pearl, my Heart Gold Soul Silver games. But yeah, if anyone out there, she has 2 status moves. That's interesting. We're gonna have to. Oh, okay. For some reason, I thought status was a. I didn't realize. For some reason, I forgot that status was a damage-dealing move. But yes, I have. All right, here we go. Yeah, if you know why. If you know the whole gimmick or irony or reason, I would name a Drifloon or Driftblim Lakehurst. You're a really cool dude. Because it has some, the name has some significance, but that is not particularly obvious. In fact, I think like Lakehurst is, I think when I was writing that old Pokemon fic, like I think it was she's introduced in like episode 2 of that fic, and the name isn't explicitly explained until like episode 70 something, like really late in the series. And mind you, I never actually bothered posting this stuff anyway, because a lot of this stuff is stuff I'm gonna eventually adapt to original IPs and stuff like that. So it's not like I posted. And plus, fanfiction.net, they don't like fics that are formatted as screenplays. They're seen as being like lazy ways of writing, which is kind of unfortunate. But it's also true that like there's a thing called chat fics where they just write what they call a fic, but they write it out like it's just like an AIM conversation. And that was what was considered a screenplay. So I think that's why screenplays got banned as a format you could write. Like, it's so annoying. Like fanfiction.net, you're not allowed to write you're not allowed to put screenplays in, and you're also not allowed to write in the second person. And those are both fully legitimate forms of writing. Like if you go to a college and do a course of study focusing on English language and writing, you're gonna learn about second person writing. Yeah, it's a great way to fidget around, and plus, like, I mean, just the fact that even in Pokemon Sword and Shield, the fact that so many of those battles took place in that, what I call checkerboard land, the generic featureless, like, void with a grid patterned floor that looks like something that was used during like the development phases of the game for testing the battle system. And the fact that they used that to substitute having to create unique backdrops for different settings, like if you're inside a building or something like that, to actually having the battles not just take place in an arena that looks kind of like the place you were in, which would have been more than all we asked for, but now the battles actually take place in the place where, yeah, like blank Photoshop layer mode. Like, that was unacceptable to me. And I mean, even in Pokemon, X and Y, I was like, that's really cheesy. That's really lame. But that was their first ever 3D Pokemon game. Cut them a break. When it was in Sun and Moon, I was like, okay, that's just ridiculous and pathetic. When I was in Sun and Moon, and in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, which are some of my favorite Pokemon games, aside from... Yeah, some of my favorite Pokemon games aside from, you know, Gold and Silver and their DS remakes. But when I discovered that they had that in Sword and Shield as well, I was like, man, that level of corner cutting, that level of laziness would never be tolerated in a Zelda game. It would not be tolerated in a mainline Mario game. I say that even though, like, 3 of the 4 games, real games in the Pokemon, I know in the new Super Mario Bros. Series, reuse the exact same soundtrack. Oh, okay. Okay. We're getting right into the goods, catching new Pokemon. Oh, no. Oh, gosh. Okay, we're gonna have to get tricky with these guys. Yeah, okay. We're just gonna level up on this Starly. Or we can catch it. I mean, we have a bunch of Pokemon. Oh no, doggone. Starlies keep running. Alright. Yeah, for the first half of this stream, up until I figured out, oh yeah, just plug your headphones into the actual computer so you can hear the music. Actually. You're not attracted to it? Come on. I wasted perfectly good bait. There we go. Was that did I get the sneak in on that one? Hey. How about that? And I like, I mean this track right here, the earlier version of this track that was in the reveal trailer for this game, really kind of sold the whole move, the whole, yeah. So I'm gonna, yeah, next time I go, I'm gonna wait till I go, yeah, I'm gonna wait till I do my next set of menuing before I go ahead and evolve him. So if I want to collect, when I want to go in and sort of try to find some of the, and score some of those earlier Pokedex entries, you caught Krigatune unawares. So I wonder if that gives you a higher chance of getting that first strike in. Yeah, I think we're still at I think we still should catch a bunch of these, because this is a new Pokemon. We need to catch a number of examples of each Pokemon, right? So let's throw the ball now. Yeah, because if I evolved it now, I would have to go out and then use one of the other Shinxes that I caught in order to fulfill those other tasks related to filling out the Pokedex entries. Vivichoke. Oh, evolving a Pokemon from a previous one counts as catching it for that mon-specific tasks. Oh, okay. That makes sense, and I wouldn't have thought twice about whether or not that was the case, but I would have kind of assumed that was the case, but I never really thought about, yeah, theoretically they could have made it so that it wouldn't count. One thing, I've been thinking about, I've had people talk to me about doing the whole VTuber or PNG tuber thing, and I've been thinking about it, and it's like if I did something like that, I would still do, I'd probably still do most of my streams just and actually appear on camera like this. Because it's funny because I'm not, I have my, sort of my character, my, Lunarian version of myself that I use on, my titles, on my hold screen for my streams, and on my exit screen, and there's a slideshow art and, my break screen, but I'm not trying, that character is just me with a tail. It's not who I wish I was or what I wish I was, that's just me sort of filtered through the... Oh my gosh, it's a Burmy! These guys like to hang out in trees. That's so cool. That is so cool. Alright. No, I want to catch you. So, I'm not... it would be interesting, but it's I also like it. I don't role play, I guess, so to speak. I don't... even if I did that, even if I did the whole VTuber, PNG tuber thing, I wouldn't be I don't know, I was never into role-playing much. It would just kind of be just a fun thing to do, sort of the same reason I just have a Art of Lunarian H on, my Twitter and Tumblr accounts, as opposed to just a picture of myself. It's just, a fun little thing, but it's not something I take seriously, or in the way that some people would treat, having a personal character or avatar like that. So, oh yeah, you can change the time of day when you rest. I did notice that. I mean, it's not real time, so, Pokemon Gold and Silver, for instance, that was, real time. So let's... Oh, I like the animation for Astonish. He actually, acts oh, I'm not doing... I surprised you. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, doing using an artwork to represent myself, or... I guess it would be fun. It would be an expensive thing. I mean, it would be getting a 3D model or commissioning a bunch of art would be an expensive thing to try just to find out that I didn't like it much. But that was true of streaming in general. I used super low spec computers. Yeah, I used super low spec computers that I running Linux to do. That's what I owned, because all I do with my computers really is write on them. So I had to get a high-spec computer and a webcam and a microphone to even see if I like streaming. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This is new. Okay, what, is he asleep? What is he... I don't understand what's happening. Is he, is he falling asleep? Is that what's supposed to be going on? Okay, so I can't send out Pokemon while this status effect thing is going on my character. That is an Alpha Staravia. That is not something I want to mess... Alright. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's a great job. Yeah, go ahead and send out a water type to get slaughtered against this Buizel. Alright. I was hoping they'd be able to tough it out, but not the case. Alright. Yeah, let's send out Bidoof. Taste your own medicine, doctor? Alright. Okay. You know what? Now, considering the main Pokemon I was raising is actually... Okay. Oh, okay, I can't... Alright, I have to escape this... What Pokemon is even tracking me right now? Is that Buizel? These guys have serious range on their ability to track you. Or to target you. Oh, it's a Zubat. Okay, he's just gonna fight me. Alright. I mean, this is... I mean, I'd get a lot of... Okay, let's... Is drowsy? Is that the replacement for sleep? I wonder. If I guess traditional sleep like didn't quite work out, so they adapted into drowsy. Drowsy the... Okay, so yeah, Shink's gonna... And is this... Ooh, wow. Yeah, this next turn should do it. Oh, or knock them out. I thought they'd be able to tough it out, but... Alright, let's have... Now, one interesting thing is... Wait, hold on. I want to see... Now that I have a bunch of knocked out Pokemon, I have a chance to test something. Alright. That looks like a trap. Alright. Who's under there? Oh, a Geodude. This is not an ideal matchup here. Yeah, so he's going to be able to get a couple of attacks in. Or she, rather, but... Well, let's throw a Pokeball now. Nope. Hey, Bartface, how you doing? Yeah, I'm playing a modern game for a change. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm almost into my 7th hour of Pokemon Legends Arceus. Yeah, Pokemon series is really on thin ice with me after Sword and Shield. I feel like what they presented with Sword and Shield would not have been accepted out of a mainline Pokemon, mainline Zelda or Mario in terms of cutting corners and stuff like that. But hey, random Rick review. Um, yeah. I've gotten What I have a few like the last 3 modern games I played were all for Nintendo Switch. It's the only modern system I have. I do have PlayStation 4, but don't play it on stream. I only really have played one game on it, which is FF7 Remake, which I have not touched in months. But actually now, I'm gonna put a marker. I just want to remind me where I want to go back to, and we're gonna go back to the camp. Yeah, I was let's see. Yeah, I played Metroid Dread when that came out, which did not go well. It made me look like I'd never played a video game before in my life, which is outrageous because I've been playing 2D Metroid for like 20 years prior. My first was Super Metroid back in 2001 on Super Nintendo. And Metroid Dread made me look, I just beaten Fusion, and then after Dread, to redeem myself, I played Fusion and both those games I played for the first time since 2004. So it's not like I knew those games inside and out. So I could play and beat 2D Metroid. I remember I even played Metroid 2 on the original Game Boy, and I played through most of Super Metroid before the save battery died on that. And Metroid Dread made me look like I never played, and this is the first open world. It's not true open world. It seems like they're gonna It seems like they focus on these very large open areas, and the entry point is where I'm at. There is my base camp, and then from there you sort of warp back to the central town of the region. This is about 150 years, I guess, before modern Pokemon. This is from, if you're not too familiar with Pokemon, this is the Hisui region, which is the ancient name for what in Pokemon Diamond and Pearl on DS became known as the Sinnoh region. It's a somewhat action, sort of like quasi-action RPG. I switched to my Pokemon with the left and right bumpers on the controller. I pulled the trigger, and I could throw my Pokeball with my Pokemon in it. By pressing X, I can now throw an item, be it one of my items, my like fruits or berries and stuff, as well as my Pokeball here. To throw if I want to fight that Bidoof there, I just aim at it. I'm using motion controls. You can turn motion controls off, but motion controls make this game a lot easier for me to keep up with. I throw my Pokeball. The battle begins right here. The battles are turn-based, but if you look in the upper right, you'll see that there's a timeline of the current turn order. So it's kind of like the conditional turn-based battle system of Final Fantasy X. And when I fight, I have one of my moves here, Confusion. I've leveled up to a point, I believe that's how it works, where I could do normal mode. I could also do strong style or agile style. If you notice, right now my turn order is default, where it's Lakers, my Drifblim, versus the enemy Bidoof, back and forth, back and forth. If I go into strong style with the bumper, now the move will be stronger. I have a turn, then the enemy Bidoof will get 2 turns in on me. Where if I go to agile style, it's not in this place with the way I guess it all lays out, but it could be where I might be able to get in 2 turns, but the attack will be weaker. So they've added little elements of being able to a more dynamic battle system without going full action RPG like a modern Final Fantasy game. Another cool departure they've taken is now when my Pokemon learns a new move, it will have, instead of just being like, oh, you have your Pokemon that knows 4 moves, you have to forget an old move to learn another new move. Now my Pokemon learn as it learns new moves, those moves goes into a pool of moves that Pokemon will know permanently. I can equip and de-equip those different moves and techniques like weapons on a traditional RPG character. So now I can customize my move loadout on each Pokemon for a different situation or strategy. So it's really cool. A little changes they've made that really go into challenging the traditional conventions of Pokemon and really addressing the fact that a lot of what are considered traditional conventions of Pokemon are actually limitations that go back to the fact that Pokemon was made in the mid-90s on a system that came out in the late 80s that even in 1989 was considered sort of aging technology. So they're really going into things like, do we really need to have it so Pokemon can only learn up to 4 moves? And they challenged that and came up with a better choice. Now, there's some things I think are kind of cut corners, are kind of not as particularly impressive. However, and as you see, though it has these sort of action-like elements, now in this mode, Pokemon attacks can't hurt me, even though I can move dynamically around the battlefield throughout the turn-based battles. But before sending my Pokemon out against an enemy Pokemon, the wild Pokemon are able to target and attack my player directly, in which I have to either run away from them, in which they lose interest in me, or I have to send out one of my own Pokemon to face them and protect me. Now, you see there's some wild Starlies here. I've sort of alerted them to my presence by running around, but if I sort of kneel and pull out a Pokemon, pull out my Pokeballs and get ready, I can actually target the Pokemon before they notice me. And see, I caught them from behind while I snuck up on them. Now, similar to the Pokemon Go and Pokemon Let's Go, now if I send out I can send out any one of my Pokemon here at any time at this tree to collect the fruits, the apricorns, or whatever, the Oran berries that are in this tree. And my Pokemon actually get experience from that. Now I feel a bit like I'm being hired by Game Freak to demonstrate the game. I'm just explaining it briefly what this game is like. But I'm more of a retro streamer. There you can see my next game I'm going to be playing is actually, I have it on my table right here. I'm going to be playing Super Mario Land on the original Game Boy using my Analog Pocket. I didn't get to play Super Mario Land on stream yet, because when I got my Analog Pocket, I didn't realize I did not have a copy of Super Mario Land in my library. I had one back in the 90s. It was actually the first game I tried on the Game Boy. But now that I do have my Analog Pocket, I've been playing a lot of... I've been playing Game Boy Advance games that are available on the Wii U Virtual Console. But now that I can play my 8-bit Game Boy and Game Boy Color cartridges and play Game Boy Advance games that aren't on the Wii U Virtual Console, I've been taking advantage of that. But I've kind of taken a side break from that. Now, there are a lot of the games I'm interested in playing on the... A lot of the games I'm interested in playing... oh, he ran away. Oh, no, actually. No, he didn't run away. A lot of the games I've been interested in playing on Nintendo Switch have been platformers. I've been sitting on I have a copy I got from Best Buy for $10 of New Super Lucky Steel for Switch. I've been sitting on that for over a year. I want to play several different platformers, both 2D and 3D. I know I'm going to be getting that Klonoa Dream Reverie. I played a little Klonoa 2 when it came out. I rented it once. I only played about a half hour into it, but I was very fascinated by that game. I want to get into it, so it'll be great being able to play those games on Nintendo Switch. And I played Klonoa 1 for the first time, actually. Yeah, so... And those Tumblestone, that is for the crafting system. You have to craft your Pokeballs and stuff like that. So, you need Tumblestones and Apricorns to make your Pokeballs. And, well, that's what I was getting into before. Like Pokemon Go, there's an emphasis on catching a large number of the same type of Pokemon to complete your Pokedex. Because you're sort of... This game, instead of treating the Pokedex as, oh, you catch the Pokemon, you get the Pokedex entry, it treats it as more of an actual naturalist's field guide to wildlife. So you have to catch a few different examples of a Pokemon to help further enhance your Pokedex. And as you see that Pokemon use different moves, or as you see it evolve or do certain things, your Pokedex becomes more and more complete. There's sort of a completion percentage. Bjorn. Ho there, mind helping a guy out? I'm after some cherry berries, I'm the shiny red ones. They grow on some trees around here. I don't have any Pokemon that can reach them for me. That's where you come in, friend. Throw over your Pokeballs at a berry tree, and the Pokemon will grab the berries for you. Be sure the Pokeball has a Pokemon in it, mind. It's a shame to waste an empty ball. If you hand over 3 of the cherry berries you get, I'll hand another handy tip. Yeah, so we'll give him the cherry berries and complete this very easy quest. Hand over 3 cherry berries. Thanks, now here's that handy tip I was talking about. You can throw a berry near a wild Pokemon to grab their attention and keep them distracted. Why not try it on some of the cricket tot? Oh, that's your intention, to teach me about using berries to attract Pokemon. You know, I feel like I very specifically tried that on a cricket tot not too long ago, and it didn't even really work. Maybe they weren't quite close enough. All right. Let's try. Yeah, we put him to sleep. So, it's kind of. I wish they'd actually. Oh, Conqueror Worm. It's nice to see some worm of another, some kind of worm or someone named after a worm or whatever show up in chat. As you saw from my my alerts, we're big fans of worms here in this chat. And now if you just want to stay quiet and don't want to participate in chat, I don't want to draw too much attention to you. But I am a bit more of a retro streamer. If you haven't seen me before, I usually play vintage games. A lot of, I play vintage games, not necessarily on vintage hardware. I've been playing a lot of cartridges on Analog Pocket. I have a couple happen to be right here on my desk. I also been playing a lot of Game Gear using my Analog Mega SG. But I also play. I prefer to play games. I tend to avoid using PC emulation when practically possible. For my vintage games, I tend to use some sort of means that reflects their official release history, whether that's the digital release such as the eShop or Virtual Console on Nintendo Switch or Nintendo Switch Online, or the Virtual Console on Wii U, or the original cartridges played with aftermarket systems like the Analog Pocket or Analog Mega SG that put out an HDMI, or all-in-one systems, officially released all-in-one systems like the Super NES Classic or the Genesis Classic Edition. But for certain games where there's no other options available, I will resort to PC emulation when that day comes. But for right now, all the games I've played have been played on a system, played in officially authorized versions of those games. Even Commander Keen, I play that on a DOS emulator on my computer, but I actually did purchase those games from Steam, even though I did own those games back in the day on my old IBM PS2 Value Point back in the 90s. The oldest game I've played on stream... I wonder, what is the oldest game I've played on stream? The oldest game I played on stream is probably Alleyway? No, actually, no. I think Mr. Goemon, the arcade game, Mr. Goemon, I think that goes back to 86. No, excuse me. The oldest game I played on stream is Ninja Kid, which was a 1984 arcade release, I think, or 85 or something. I think that's the oldest game I played on stream. No, actually, no. The oldest game I played on stream is Sky Skipper, which is a very obscure early Nintendo arcade game designed by Shigeru Miyamoto. It's such an obscure arcade game that only like 2 or 3 complete cabinets for the game are known to exist. And Nintendo actually dumped one of those 3 cabinets to provide the ROM of the digital version of Sky Skipper that's on the Arcade Archive service on Nintendo Switch. So let's see, we're... Alright, Starly's keeping its guard. Of course you're gonna run away. Alrighty. How about... Okay. Alright, let's see if we can use hypnosis to keep you from running from battle. How about that? No. Okay. Starly's too drowsy to move. Okay. Do we want to... Yeah, let's... I don't know if... Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, it's normal type. Okay. Yeah, that's right. Okay. That's me forgetting my, my basics, my typing smarts, and a Pokemon that I could have defeated for experience got away because of that. Oh, you've avoided. Okay. Ooh. Alright. I think it's time for... Let's send out... No. Yeah, Ponytail, you don't have a particular advantage in this situation. Let's send out... Yeah, let's send out our Bidoof. Alright. I just wanna cut to a break for a brief moment. I'll be back in a second. I'm not, Actually, that timing, coincidentally, might reflect the time till the end of the break. Okay, and now we are back. There we go. So let's... There we go. So whose rollout can build up quicker? Oh no, yeah, I don't think this is gonna go the way I hoped. Okay. Strong style. This probably isn't gonna work well, but we'll see. No, yeah, he's gonna get knocked out this turn. Oh. No, she's gonna get knocked out this turn. Okay. Yeah, let's send out... Yeah, let's send out Shinx. I do want to... No, I have to use an item. Okay. You can't go to items, Pokemon, then use an item. You have to go to... Yeah, but that's what I was getting at with, yeah, Metroid Dread. Oh, yeah, that's what I was getting at, Barf. The modern games I've been playing, yeah. So, Metroid Dread, which is a game I've been waiting for years and years. There's, I have footage of my live reaction when I streamed E3. I was like, oh my gosh, it's Metroid Dread. And then I played it, and it made it look like I never played a video game before in my life. Because the added because even though I'd beaten, like, and played so many other older 2D Metroids, the added complexity of the way the game was... a game that I think was made to challenge, like, the people who, like, know every single frame of, like, Super Metroid or Metroid Fusion can beat it effortlessly. So they made it for the most hardcore Metroid players, which I'm not. I mean, I could play them and beat them, but it's not like I'm a super hardcore player who could beat it with my eyes closed. And then it was a particularly hard game, and then there's added complexity to the battle system, like the targeting system. There's QTE-like elements to fighting. And I was just dying constantly, and it just wasn't fun. I was having a bad time, and then something happened where someone in the Metroid community called me out as bashing the game just because I said I was disappointed and I was having a bad time with it, even though I said that I knew the game was great and it was my fault and not the game's fault. Like, it's not my fault I'm bad at the game. I wasn't willing to say that I'm entitled to be able to beat this game, but it's just... I wasn't having a good time with the game. I couldn't play it. I couldn't get far in it. I wasn't enjoying it. And I felt bad because I had, like... I think I had 10 viewers at the time because it was the day Metroid Dread came out. And if I even have 5 viewers, it's kind of a big deal for me. So I'm like, I have, like, more than twice as many viewers as normal. And they obviously are here to see me play Metroid Dread. And I'm having a bad time with the game. And you could probably see, I could see like, looking at my own preview on my broadcast, you could see the disappointment on my face. And I was like, I don't want to give people a bad impression of this game because I'm having a bad time with it for reasons that are unique to me, even though I can know it's a great, well-crafted game. So I rated someone in the Metroid community, and it didn't go well when they asked what I thought of the game, so that put it even more of a sour taste in my mouth. So the fact that they made an easy mode for the game, and can I interact with this? Looks like a little statue of a generic Pokemon. Oh, I wasn't intending to particularly be aiming towards my, the next plot point of the game. But hey, we have why don't I, actually, okay, how do I get to my items? Okay, here we go. 60. Yeah, it's worth it to use. Yeah, I'll just do some healing up here. Hello? Hey. What's up?
What up?
The wonders of live entertainment, everybody. Yeah, that was interesting. Alright. Okay. Alright. Okay, that was... Nothing bad just happened. Something actually very good just happened. But, that very much distracted... Oh, excuse me. I keep forgetting to do this. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. End. That's more like it. Yeah, the stream... I usually, how I format my streams typically, I go do 2 hours to start with. Then I, do a midstream break, and then I do another 10 hours. Yeah, no, something that was something very good just happened, but I just was not expecting that whatsoever. So, yeah, so it's a bit of a. Oh, so even your professor decided to join us? Oh, come on, he's right behind. Oh, is this gonna make it so that this counts as a new camp? I hope so, because that's quite a walk to get back to where I was at before. As a Pokemon researcher, I could hardly miss out on a chance to observe an alpha now, could I? I suppose that is your business. Fine, as long as you stay out of the way. This is Deer Track Heights. This is where I've come to pay tribute to a special Pokemon and a Pokemon descended from one of those ancients blessed by Almighty Sinnoh. De La Whoop. That's not it. It's like, that is not it. That's only a troublemaker here to disturb the peace with its racket. Cricket? I never thought of Cricketune as being like a Pokemon that would be like a menace or mischievous, really, in any way. And that's what you're here for, H, to drive that interloper from this place. I ensure your Pokemon are ready for the battle. Okay, we are going to use, upon my word, what a large specimen. Little wonder alpha Pokemon are feared across the land if they're all as oversized as this one. Exactly, they're not only big though, they're strong and know moves that others of their kind do not. They're not to be trifled with, let me tell you. Nevertheless, I believe you are stronger than this alpha, so go show it beyond any mistaking. Be careful, H. Size is a potent weapon, and in and of itself, no doubt this alpha is powerful and a hardy foe. If you must face it, make sure your Pokemon have some strong moves at their disposal. Alpha Pokemon. It's funny how they give us... It seems almost naive to think that a player would not just on their own encounter Alpha Pokemon prior to this part where they come up within the actual plot scenario of the game. So I'm going to get out. We're going to use... I mean, he's a bug type, so we're going to use... this is Freeway's... I believe you're stronger than this alpha, so go show it beyond any mistake. We're going to have... Why didn't that trigger the battle? Okay, that's weird. Whoop. Go freeway. Alright. Press the Y button to check the action order. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so it's like FF10. Oh my goodness. Did I... That was ridiculous. Okay. I know how we're gonna approach this. Who is the Pokemon? Yeah, we're gonna send the Lake House out for a minute. But what we're gonna do, here's what we're gonna do. That really is a de la la whoop sound. That onomatopoeia really was on point, but gonna revive Freeway. Alright. Hey, sleepy time. Alright. Let's go for the... Let's do it. Let's do it. Okay. Too drowsy to move? Alright. Let's try Astonish. Let's knock your HP down a little bit more. Alright. Let's see. If I revive... Okay. If I revive... Where's the... Wait. Oh, yeah, yeah. Okay, Lakehurst. There. No. No, I forgot. I have to go to items to do that. Okay. You know, during one fight, I thought that using items didn't actually take up a tempo in battle, but I guess that's because I wasn't fighting a particularly fast or strong Pokemon. Hey, there we go. Hey, we dealt with our first alpha Pokemon. Nice, nice, nice. New moves, new moves. Okay. You're not an impressive one, are you? Seeing someone best in alpha like that, it truly reminds me of the legendary hero of old. You'd best make sure your Pokemon are taken care of after facing such a foe. There's only one Come on, we all know who this has got to be Weird Deer. If this is not Weird Deer, this game is baloney. Yes, there they are. It's the great Weird Deer. Dot 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 dot. Yeah, the Gandalf beard. He looks upon you with kindness, H. I'd say the great Weird Deer is taking a liking to you. That is fortunate. He is an esteemed... Once again, using gendered pronouns for Pokemon. Like, I am obsessed with, like, style guides and official, like, stylings for, like, corporate manuals and stuff. The fact that they not only... And on the logo for this game, rendered the Pokemon logo in blue instead of yellow. And are using gendered pronouns for Pokemon. Those are two, like, major departures from with anything they've allowed in official material up to this point. It's very fascinating to me. Like, it's like they're really going out of the way to, like, hey, like, do we always have to call Pokemon it or they? Like, it's very interesting. Or does the Pokemon logo always have to be yellow? Like, just them, whatever. The expanses of Hisui while bearing a human on his back. A human he deems worthy, at least. He is a blessing to us all. Remarkable, truly outstanding stuff. A Pokemon letting someone ride on it. Why, it's just like the ride Pokemon of Alola. Oh, so that was a thing even back then, huh? And we know he's been to Alola, because that's where how else would he get that roll at? Captain Silene sent me. She said that once H has carried out this request, we'd be able to set up a base camp. Nice! This is what I specifically hoped for. We need a base camp out here. Ah, about that. I know this was a joint decision by Adam and the commander, but still, it is truly fine. Is it truly fine for us to set up more base camps like this? This Hisui land is a land created by Almighty Sinnoh for the sake of its Pokemon. As long as your goal is to coexist and thrive together with the Pokemon, then I imagine you should be allowed to use this land. The Great Weirdeer has taken a liking to H as well. This is a good sign. You have my thanks for what you did today. Our clan leader will hear of how you aided us. I'll come to show my appreciation with a proper reward as soon as I can. Request from Mai. Complete. If we want to coexist and thrive with Pokemon, we'll need to stop fearing them and start getting to know them better. That starts with completing the Pokédex. Anyway, we should be able... I'm very sure. If all the games... If all, like, the terms of casual dialogue... Like, I don't think the phrase complete the Pokédex or completing the Pokédex has been uttered more times in any other Pokemon game than in this one so far. Because here it has unique significance and importance, right? Like, for that, I could appreciate just cutting to black and showing them set it and having them set it up off screen. I could appreciate it. I don't need to see them building it in real time or, like, stop motion, like, frame cutting, building it, like when the workmen are building the wall in front of Henry in The Sad Story of Henry, where they just cut jump cuts from frame to frame as they build up the wall in front of them. You can ask to be escorted to this base camp to start your excursions directly from here. That's nice. That's great, great, great. Having another base camp to start from will be a great help on our surveys. Nice work today, everyone. Let's say we all head back to the Wallflower. I didn't know they'd be mandatory points of going back, but... Reward for the survey. Okay, that's cool. I thought we'd have to go back to, like, the base, like the Galaxy Team headquarters to get our money, but we get paid here. Ah, okay. So we learned. Shakeswood's body generate electricity. If its stature belies its aggression, one must be patient to tame this Pokemon. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I didn't think... yeah, I did not intend to complete them that quickly. But, and the only one we haven't are the ones that... Okay. We need to collect them. Yeah, so a lot of the Pokemon we just caught, we need to play them. We need to collect more info on them. Alright. Horseshoe Plains, Flowout. Alright, so these are the different areas. Okay, those are the... Alright. Yeah, thanks, Azurest. Yeah, something interesting, happened. You might have saw it about maybe 20-30 minutes ago. Something interesting and unexpected happened, midstream, that, I'll call you about later. Something good, something nice. A nice surprise. especially on a day like today. But have you heard all the grave news that frenzied Cleaver from the rune? Oh, Cleaver? Okay, is that a Pokemon I'm unfamiliar with? Okay, I never heard of Cleaver before. Okay, so yeah, nothing alarming. It's actually good. It's but ended up mauling some of our galaxy folks. Yeah, Aurelia. That's why I'm glad I don't watch the trailers. Like, once I'm convinced, like, the purpose of a trailer, to me, for a game, movie, whatever, is to get me to help me decide whether or not I want to buy the game. If I still need convincing, I'll watch more trailers. Once I've decided that I'm going to get the game, I'm not going to watch more trailers. Like, Kirby and the Forgotten Land, I didn't watch the E3 trailer for that. I mean, for the Nintendo Direct trailer a few days ago. I didn't watch the trailer. I knew I'm already going to get the game. And that's the same reason when there's something like, now I don't want to open a can of worms by uttering this, but something like the 2016, was it, Ghostbusters movie? I watched the trailer and it's like, okay, I watched it. I wasn't particularly impressed. I'm not going to go see the movie. And, Scyther evolution. Yeah, spoilers. Yeah, I didn't need to know that it was a Scyther evolution. But, yeah, like, when I saw the trailer, I wasn't impressed by it. I'm like, okay, I'm not going to go see the movie. And one of the things I heard was like, oh, that's not fair. You have to go see the movie to have a fair opinion of it. It's not fair to form an opinion just on the trailer. And I'm like, the trailer's there to convince me whether or not I want to see it or not. If they made a trailer and it's unimpressive, that's on them. But at the same time, I felt like if I said, hey, I saw the trailer for that movie or any movie, and I was impressed by it and I want to go see the movie, then no one has a problem with that. But if I say that, oh, it wasn't impressive, then I'm being unfair and I have to go see the movie to have a fair opinion. And the medical corps has had a hard time getting all the injured back on their feet. This is the Cleaver that was reportedly struck by powerful lightning, yes? I did hear he's been behaving most erratically since then. Still, if further investigation is in order, the Survey Corps will of course step up to the task. A certain amount of danger is inevitable when researching unfamiliar Pokemon, but I'm sure H here can handle things just fine. Yeah, I mean, as far as spoilers go, it's like really low tier spoilers. It's not like, oh, like my enjoyment of the game is ruined, but like just certain things like that. Like, unless I specifically ask for clarification on something, you don't have to worry too much about letting me know about it. Are you certain? I've heard Cleaver's so mighty even alpha Pokemon don't compare to him. Now, you forget the strengths of Pokemon are key items of information that we of the Survey Corps are duty-bound to research. And since this perilous work calls for our clear head and a fighting-fit physique, I do believe a good night's sleep is in order after this fine meal. Num 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 num. The next day. Good morning, H. You should hurry to the commander's office before he decides to use you for sumo practice. And that's one thing, if you weren't here for my first stream of this, one thing I thought was one of the big disappointments. Like, there's a scene where you have a chance to, like, sumo wrestler, like, I guess the mayor of the town or whatever, the commander. And it says, would you like to run straight at him or would you try to throw him? And you choose how you try to approach sumo wrestling this guy. It cuts to black, you hear some cartoon punching sound effects, and then it fades back in and you lost the sumo fight. And it's like, okay, if you're not going to animate a sumo wrestling match, do not have a scene with a sumo wrestling match if you're not going to animate it. And the funny thing is, it is almost identical to a scene in The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess where you also sumo wrestle the mayor of a town. And not only is your sumo wrestling match with the mayor fully animated, it is an interactive minigame. Now, they don't have to have a minigame, but if you're going to have a scene with a sumo, don't have a scene in a game that is supposed to give us a sense of the attitude or the demeanor of a certain character and how tough they are. Like, they have the sumo wrestling scene to show us how tough this character is, but you're not going to animate it. You're going to cut to black, have some cartoon sound effects, and tell us what happened, then fade back in once it's over. That is unacceptable to me. If this game was a perfect 10, I'd give it a 9 for that. Otherwise, a perfect 10. I'd cut it. Yeah, I don't know if you saw my previous stream of like my VOD of the stream of that of this game, but I gave that specific example. And there's some scenes in Pokemon Sun and Moon, but even in Pokemon Sun and Shield, like yes, 3DS, I could accept. Yeah, like it's not the most powerful system. It's not even HD. That's actually a meme. Because I came up with that. I'm on it. I don't not keep up with the Pokemon fandom these days. I don't go on Pokemon forums. I don't go on Pokemon Reddits or Pokemon image wars or anything these days. So I did not know that that was an actual thing people would say. But like, yes, there's borderline equivalent things to that in Pokemon. Like you could be watching like your Pokemon, if they were to animate like a catastrophe, like a volcano exploding, or a rocket exploding on a volcano erupting, or a rocket exploding on the launch pad, like, or a tidal wave, a 1,000-foot tidal wave destroying a city, your character would be like looking at it happen the entire time because they don't feel like animating facial expressions. Another thing I noticed, even in this game, these characters will change facial expressions like Thomas the Tank Engine, where they cut away from a character and cut back and they have a totally different facial expression. Like they didn't want to animate the face changing, so they like just cut away and cut back with the new facial expression. And it's like, okay, like, all right. Look who's being all adamant. You finally realize you're wasting Almighty Sinnoh's precious time by bowing to a sham. There you go again, insisting on your false image of Almighty Sinnoh as a ruler of time. Or what is this? My people follow the true Almighty Sinnoh, the font of creation, and ruler of space. Oh my goodness, are we actually getting into theological debates over the nature of Sinnoh, the nature of Arceus, the nature of the being said to have created the world of Pokemon? We're actually getting into this. It's like, yeah, it's like you're actually going to have strangers. Oh yeah, Azurest. The grandpa on Strangers with Candy. Oh my gosh, I have not thought about Strangers with Candy in decades. Yeah, Hey, TurboGrafx, we're playing. Yeah, we're having I guess the like the yeah, like what? Hello, yeah, we're having a basically like. Yeah, we're having like a theological discussion within a Pokemon game right now. Hey, TurboGrafx, we're on our 7.5 of my playthrough of Pokemon Legends Arceus. Ha, you could have all the space there is and still not know what to do with it. Excuse me, are you really suggesting that you make better use of your time than we make of Vast Hisui's space all today? No, the first 4 hours of the stream of this game were my previous stream. Last week I took a week off from streaming. I sort of stream like the phases of the moon where I escalate and to the point where I get to 2 streams a week, then I sort of de-escalate and then I take a week off. Oh, better than some. It's a miracle you showed up on time, almighty leader of the Pearl Clan. I worried you'd get lost in the pointlessly vast space you're so fond of and never show up. Me get lost in Almighty Sinnoh's great gift to the Pearl Clan? In our world's very basis? You wish. Yeah, I don't think I could play 8 hours of any one video game, no matter how much I love that game. Like, even a stream where I go on for more than 4 hours is sort of extraordinary for me personally. But today, yeah, I'm definitely going to be ending in a half hour. Because I tend to do 2 hours, then a 10-minute break, then another 2 hours. Some streams, it's often if I'm doing something like a magazine reading or doing a watch party of some sort where we're watching content, video content on stream, where I go longer. Arguing with you. Almighty Sinnoh, forgive me. What a waste of time. I'm off to Commander Kamado's office. I believe it was you who started this. What was my longest stream ever? My longest stream ever, and if you type in, I'm going to type it in for me. I don't have it handy on my stream deck, but there we go. If you look in my VODs, there's a 3DS. There's a stream I did for the 10th anniversary of the Nintendo 3DS, where I looked at most, if not all, of the YouTube content I did covering the 3DS from the first video I made, which is about 20 minutes after the 3DS was announced via press release, to the launch event in New York City, to different stories I did covering 3DS news and stories. I even covered a bit of Vita stories about Vita and the whole, like, oh, is the Vita going to just curb stomp the 3DS right out the gate? I covered some stuff like that. And yeah. Oh, and really, I missed this. You're saying in Pokemon Black and White, imagine that it's the sequence with Team Plasma's castle impaling the Pokemon League with escalators was replaced with the Fade to Black sequence. Yeah. You can feel the tension when those two show up. With the reference for space is Irida, leader of the Pearl Clan. The man who was going on about time was Adaman. The man who was going on about time, Adaman, leads the Diamond Clan. The Diamond Clan and the Pearl Clan grudgingly coexist at the moment. Apparently, things used to be less peaceful. But the boss, I mean the commander, is waiting. We should save this conversation for after you report to him. Alright. So I just want to make sure... Okay, our connection's good. I just want to make sure I wasn't dropping a bunch of frames. Making sure my my audience isn't stuck with a bunch of watching a flip book of a stream. But we have a lot of money right now. We could get some equipment. Oh, will you show me a Starly? You can see that Starly. No. No, I don't have a Starly. I already have a Starly. I already showed you a Starly. Okay, we want a price. Okay. We have a few of these already. Let's buy... I think what we need the most right now is some revives. And we could only afford 6 of them. So let's do it. I don't think you have the option to sell items in this game. So unlike Breath of the Wild, foraging for raw materials... how do I view? I wonder how... No, that's the Pokedex. You can't sell items? Oh, okay. It wasn't obvious. Is there a... you can tell me this because I'm asking, but is there a specific person I have to... Oh, okay. Alright, that's very simple. That's very simple, but just because it's so different from other Pokemon games, yeah, so I don't need to sell anything right now. Yeah, I don't need to sell anything now. I want to see in this interface, how do I look... Okay, crafting kit. Is there a way I could view the recipes, the crafting recipes I have? And I am kind of annoyed that you have to unlock the ability to craft different things. I mean, it makes sense that you have to learn how to make something before you can make it. But it really does sort of... It's I guess one way you could somewhat linearize the experience. Okay. So how do I... I'm trying to see... does anyone know how to open up... How's there's... Okay, wait, so... How do I look at... Is there a way I can look at the... Why can't I want to see the inside of the shop. But you can't. They just won't let you. So, too sad day for me. So, can I... Wait, so... Satchel... Is there a way that I can view... Yeah, I don't see... Organized satchel... What? No, so... Yeah, I'll figure it out later. I just want to see how and if I can... Oh, what is this? I don't remember seeing this before. What's this? Here at the trading post, you can exchange merit points for items and trade Pokemon with others. Good of you to stop by. What is it you need? Okay, well, I'll learn more about that maybe off stream. Flororo. Okay, so you have to go into the Galaxy Team headquarters here. If you have a progress report, I'll show its worthiness. Show you your Pokedex. I'm not expecting another star from this. Oh wow, I earned another star already. Wow, I didn't expect it to happen that quickly. Okay. For this, you have officially attained the rank of 2nd star on the Galaxy Expedition team. You can now use Feather Balls. Pokemon up to level 30 will obey you. Okay, I'm glad I didn't mean to actually... Oh, recipe for Feather Balls. You need 1 Apricorn and 1 Sky Tumblestone. Recipe for Super Potions. That's great. Alright. Radisa? Oh, splendid. You came along at a good time. I'm looking for a pickling stone, you see. Would you mind lending me a hand? It needs to be the right size to fit atop of one of my pickle pots. And heavy enough for put a nice firm pressure on the pickles while they're fermenting. I suppose it'll be hard for me to lift such a heavy thing from the pot. The best thing for me would be the stone to lift itself up. There's a Pokemon called Geodude that lives on Geotrack Heights. It would be perfect for the job. Could you catch me when I bring it to me? Perfect pickling stone. Let's do it. Let's go get a Geodude. We have to have them in our party, I guess. Yeah, that's interesting that you could just give someone a Pokemon. I don't think we have more than one Geodude right now. There's a quest. We'll deal with them later. And, you know, it's really smart of them to use this sort of fictional language here. Because then it gives the world a unique flavor where it's not quite our world or, you know... And also it makes it so they don't have to localize everything. Do you have some Pokemon you'd like to leave here with me? No, I want... Wait, I don't have a Geodude? I thought I caught a Geodude. Okay, I guess we'll have to do that next time. Well, actually... Wait. Actually, let's swap out this Ponyta. We're gonna give you a mark. Change name. No, I don't care about giving them a name. We'll give them Circle. You might as well change the name. Wait, is this... Okay, I have no imagination, so let's name them. Yeah, I just named them horse. Okay. Okay. So move. I'm gonna swap you out for. Yeah. I'm just gonna name. I'm going full like cheese with these. Oh no. Why did I start phonetically spelling? Yeah, I'm just gonna freaking name my Zubat Batty. I don't care. I have no interest in being creative or clever with that name. I mean, if I had a female Zubat, maybe I would have named them Stella Luna. But yeah, I thought. Oh no, that's the wrong way. And I do like that. Just having the scaffolding around the building really does give the impression that this is like a recent addition to this town. Okay. You have to go talk to the commander. Is the commander on the first floor? I thought the commander was on the second floor. Hey, you have a cool haircut, Evie. Okay. Maybe we ought to build some spare lodging in case anyone else falls out of the sky. Can we... Oh, there's nothing of note on this board. Clarissa, are you going to explain it all to me? Pokemon are full of mysteries. I hope you can help us solve them. Who's this? Toshi. Get Pokemon to help with our manual work? No way. That's crazy talk. Yeah, I find it hard to believe that human civilization could have developed to the point of this kind of building when apparently the idea of using animal power or the power of tamed creatures to help with agricultural work is still a new idea. Oh, there are multiple things. Okay, I was going the right way. There are multiple targets I was advancing towards, or that were demarcated on my interface. He may be descended from a warrior of Almighty Sinnoh, but look at the mess he's causing. We can't sit back and let him rage on. You do get right to the point, Adaman. Time wasted is lost. Well, tell me, what would you have us do? Cleaver is a precious lord of the Pearl Clan, is he not? That's the point. My clan can't directly intervene where a lord of the Pearl Clan is concerned. If my people do something, our two clans might end up back at each other's throats, just like we used to be. But even folk of the Galaxy team have been wounded, haven't they? It seems someone's got to do something here. Who then? Would the Diamond Clan have the Pearl Clan bring down one of its own honored nobles? I don't believe I said that. Though, maybe. You might as well have said it, you fool. Look, we don't even know what drove Lord Cleaver into such a violent frenzy. I would like to know that myself, but this is a first as far as my clan knows too. I see you've arrived. This is H, the newest member of our Survey Corps. He has over 13 unassisted Titan kills, actually. Aha, I hear from Ma you've earned Weirdeer's favor. Good to finally meet you, stranger from the Rift. I'm Adaman, leader of the Diamond Clan, if you want to be formal. But that's a mouthful, just call me Adaman. If you came from beyond the space-time rift, could you be from the space where Almighty Sinnoh is said to reside? I'm Iridia, leader of the Pearl Clan. Caution and foresight are my watchwords, which is why I have trouble believing such a tale. Could you have really passed through that rift? I have a proposition. Why not send this one to study Cleaver before deciding what must be done? You'd send the stranger who supposedly fell from the rift to study Cleaver? This newcomer with no experience? Says the leader with almost no experience. Being a leader isn't a matter of time. It's a matter of embracing Hisui's vastness without fear. Well, then, you have it. If how new you are doesn't matter, then let's give this kid a chance. I'm sold, Commander. Let's try this your way. I did not mean to do that. This should be fun. I'll get to see how good you galaxy folk really are, with all your weird ways, putting Pokemon on those strange balls and what have you. That whole practice bothers me. Almighty Sinnoh made Hisui so vast so Pokemon could live freely throughout. We're meant to stand alongside Pokemon, not count ourselves above them. We do not use Pokeballs from a desire to control our Pokemon, only so that we can live together. Allow us to show what we can do. This is your mission now, H. I order you to study Cleaver and help us find the truth of the situation. I accept. Remember that you are a stranger who appeared one day out of the very sky above us. People are naturally suspicious of your presence here. If you wish to be fully accepted and trusted, you must work hard. Work yourself to the very bone. Well, that's settled. There's no time like the present. The Lord of the Woods, Cleaver, is descended from a Pokemon that was blessed with Almighty Sinnoh's own power. No other Pokemon you've yet encountered can compare to his strength. Be warned. Listen to me. The Galaxy Expedition team has come to Hisui region as a group of outsiders. Some might even call us interlopers. You mustn't do anything to threaten our relations with the Diamond and Pearl clans, understand? Join me downstairs, H. We'll cover the details of the new mission. Report to the captain in your office to learn more about your next mission. Wow, I forgot. Wow, our Zubat he's at level 10 already. I forgot that. There's so many offices with... Wait, is this a bed? Okay, that's a big futon bed thing. Let's see. Yeah, this might be the first modern, like... The first modern RPG. Oh, like, so they... This is basically the main large building to explore in this game, huh? They really focus more on the outdoor areas. Yeah, this is going to be the first modern RPG of any kind that I'm going to be playing on stream. I really feel like I'm going to eventually complete this. Every 4th or 5th stream, I think I'm going to... I mean, I think I have... Let me look at my schedule right now. Right now I have... Actually, the... One... yeah, so... The 26th, near the end of this month, I have another Pokemon Legends Arceus stream nailed down. I think every several streams, maybe say 4th or 5th stream after this, we're going to go back to this game and put in another 4 hours. And this is an RPG where I don't feel like if I leave it, put it down for a while, I'm going to like totally forget where I'm going or lose my rhythm with it. This will be a game we come back to from time to time. Professor Lavington, the briefing, if you please. So let's get right to it, H. Alright, hold on. I've got to, it looks like my frames, or my quality is dipping. And I know that if I... There we go. All right, it should be stable from here on out for the rest of the stream, the last 12 minutes of it. Yes, let's get right to it. So, H, I understand you've been requested to find out the cause of Cleaver's frenzied state. But as you're aware now, Cleaver is a mighty thing, nigh invincible even. The Security Corps tried throwing Pokeballs at Cleaver when they were attacked, but I'm afraid they didn't even come close to catching him. It seems he's a far trickier opponent than those aggressive species of Pokemon that cannot be caught outside of battle once they're riled. I'd like to be perfectly clear on this point. The mission will put you in extreme danger. Do you believe you can handle it? Now, it would seem like catching this Pokemon would cause a kind of cultural incident within this world, given what we just learned about the Diamond and Pearl clans. But... of course, yes, I understand. Very well, let's go over the particulars. The Diamond and Pearl clans revere their nobles because they believe these Pokemon serve their almighty Sinnoh. They leave offerings to express their gratitude to these Pokemon locations they call the Noble Seats. I guess it's kind of like a little grotto or shrine or something. So perhaps a good starting point for our research could be to find out what sort of offerings they normally leave for this cleaver. Oh, that's interesting. So this is going to be more interesting than I thought. They just, oh, go here and battle it. And the minus menu will always tell you what if you're in the middle of doing. Oh yeah, that's true too. I didn't even think of that. But even aside from that, this seemed like a relatively simple game to jump back into. Listen, that rift in space-time seems like it connects this world to a whole other world. That world might be where Almighty Sinnoh itself resides. The true Almighty Sinnoh, that is. The one that rules over time. Oh, do not start a religious debate in the middle of this. We're trying to solve a very tangible problem that we're all concerned with. Do not start to get into your denominational differences. You traveled through time by Almighty Sinnoh's own power. Think of it, you must be swimming in its divine might. Well, I've got a favor to ask of you, O amazing time traveler. Don't just study Cleaver. Quell his frenzy. Well, you certainly caught us at a good time, Almighty. Yeah, we're just discussing our next steps with regard to this whole Cleaver situation. Oh ho, you must be that Galaxy Team scholar I've heard about. Good to meet you, Professor. Share some of that knowledge with me sometime. Now, let me elaborate a little. Yeah, they're both debating on who's the true ultimate power in Hisui. Meanwhile, you literally have God on speed dial. Yeah, I wonder if that phone has unlimited data. I'd hope so, right? Those Pearl Clan types have a lot of respect for Cleaver. You've heard this title, Lord of the Woods. I'm sure they'd rather get under this control too. So it's hard for them to come right out and ask those of Galaxy Team of all people for help. And the truth is, we in Diamond Clan have a similar problem on our hands. A Pokemon dear to us off in the mountains has flown into the same type of frenzy as Cleaver. Now, there's certainly bad blood between us and Pearl Clan, but still, we've got to share Hisui, and that means we've ought to tackle our problems together. Hashtag coexist. But there aren't many capable of standing up to such powerful Pokemon. You're the best hope we've got. You'll find Cleaver at Grand Tree Arena. That's in the very heart of the Heartwood. His warden is a boy named Leanne. Leanne is a brilliant child, but also a bit, well, sometimes brilliance can be blinding, you know. He'll tell you all about his beloved Cleaver, whether you wish to or not. Anyway, I'm sure you're up to the challenge, so we'll be counting on you. See you later. He certainly left quickly once he finished talking. I suppose he really values his time. Adamant and Mai weren't wrong, you know. You're to study and perhaps even quell Cleaver. You'd best start by visiting his abode. I'm guessing there's going to be like a little, like a temple or shrine or something like that. Our new Heights camp would be a handy place for setting out towards Grand Tree Arena. You should stop by the pastures too. You'll want to choose your best Pokemon to bring along. Now, how about... Okay, so now our newest target is... Finding yourself unable to pick up the materials you've come across? A satchel is always seeming full? If that begins, it'll be wise to lend me an earphone to hear what I have to say. Okay. My theory is that Laventon wears that knit hat because as a Galarian, he isn't used to the colder climate of Hisui or Sinnoh. You know, that would be interesting, because, like, the history of, like, Japan and Great Britain kind of mirror each other in certain ways. They're both island nations. They both have an imperial history and a hereditary monarch that's largely symbolic at this point. But I wonder, and they both are known, like, I wonder if Scotland, which would be sort of like Scotland being in northern, the map of Galar is kind of inverted in this world, where the equivalent of Scotland is actually in the south rather than the north. But I wonder if, like northern Japan is, like, I wonder if Hokkaido has as a frigid of a climate as Scotland is. Because, like in Britain, Scotland is known as being like the coldest, most harsh region of within Great Britain. I wonder if Hokkaido is known as being like the more frigid part of Japan. And I wonder if like if you lived in Scotland, right? Would Scotland be a more severe climate to? Now we only have, I guess we could collect more jobs. There are some requests on the blackboard we'd like to check. Playing with Drifloon. Zubat's eyes. I mean, okay. I was almost commented on this earlier stream. I like monster designs that have sort of a big chompy fanged mouth with no eyes. That's why I kind of like piranha plants a lot. In Mario Brothers, I have some monsters I designed that I've gotten some artwork of from my my artist pal, whose credit I just dropped in stream a few seconds ago from the time you and viewing this will actually see it. But let's hear about Zubat's eyes. Clarissa from the Security Corps. I talked to Clarissa and she didn't even bring this up. She could have brought it up to me there. But Clarissa from Security Corps has a request from us, something to do with Zubat, I believe. Talk to the good Oh, I have to... Okay. Playing with Drifloon. It seems that people have spotted Drifloon playing with one of the village children. Uh-oh. Danger alert. This child needs a parent nearby immediately. I'm very concerned. I hope this isn't the... Yeah, I hope this child isn't too light. It's like, yes, kid, you can go play with the Drifloon, but only if you wear this sweater. If you have to wear, like, they have, like, weighted clothing that they use for, people with, like, autism and other disabilities. Like, yes, you could go play with the Drifloon, but only if you wear this weighted sweater while you play with them. You're only allowed to play with Drifloon while you wear this weighted sweater. Let's see if... No, that's Commander Kamado's office. Where's Clarissa? We talked to her before. Oh, now that we're specifically looking for her, we can't find her, huh? That's Sequana? That name is... Yeah, it's funny, because I have, what, I used to sleep with, like, a bunch of, like, super heavy quilts on, like, for the weight of it, and it's before, and I mean, I'd see weighted blankets, and because of sort of my, like, history and some of the services I've received in the past, I occasionally will get a stray disability supply catalog in the mail. And like, it's funny, like, when I get these, like, why are they sending me this crap? And then I look like, ooh, this looks cool. That looks cool. Oh, this looks so cool. And it's funny because, like, stuff like this spinner right here is things that I used to only see in those catalogs. And now, this sort of, like, fidget toys and other things like that have sort of become a sort of mainstream thing that's just available as a general sort of toy. It's one of those things where, like, a lot of those made-for-TV things, those, like, are actually originally, like, made as disability supplies, but they're also just things that are just really convenient for people who don't have disabilities. So they make them for sort of a limited audience, and then they're like, well, we have the means to manufacture these things. How do we make the most money possible off of them? So they sort of market them to the public as sort of a convenience. And so that's how they enter mainstream consciousness. But yeah, I actually finally got a weighted blanket. Actually around the time I moved to the new region and apartment I'm in now. And the weighted blanket isn't as heavy as I'd like it, but it says heavy enough to make... I want to get a second, because I didn't know how heavy it would be or how heavy it would feel, because I didn't know the weight of all the different layers of blankets and quilts and comforters I used to use. So I got one weighted queen-size blanket. I guess I'm going to get a second one sometime within the next month or so. And I guess those two together will probably be the kind of weight I like. Because for me, like, the more weight, the better. But let's check out... Well, actually, I only have... Actually, let me go ahead and save. We only have a minute and 30 seconds left. So let me... No, how do I save? I want to go ahead and... It's so confusing going to... Okay, I have to use the triggers, save my progress. Alright. So next thing we're going to do... Actually, what I want to do next is I'm going to go out into the field. I want to level up. Let's see it. Let's look at... Hey, I forgot I could do that. That's so cool. I could just... Hey. Thanks for squeaking at me. That's very nice of you. I want to go find that job related to... So at level 10, Batty here is actually one of my weaker Pokemon. I could pull out more than one at once? Oh my goodness. Okay, party time. Okay, hold on. Party time. You get to come out. And you... no, and you get to come out. Oh my gosh, this is so dope. Okay. No, I accidentally called you back, but... No, okay. So you get to come out. This is so dope. Okay, and... Yo, it's a party. Look at all my mons hanging out. Oh, they're all squeaking at each other. They're all interacting a little bit. Yeah. My little fire mouse and my ghost balloon and my bat and my little beaver are all hanging out together. Alright. So, yeah, so I'm going to call the stream there. My next stream will be on Wednesday the 16th, this coming Wednesday, so only a few days until my next stream. Yeah, only a few days till my next stream. And, I'll be playing, Super Mario Land. Well, first, I'll be playing just a little, Alleyway. Just, no more than probably 30 or 40 minutes of Alleyway. Which I'll be playing just sort of as a warm-up. Give time to people to run the stream. But the start of the show is going to be Super Mario Land. Thanks, Kalakaboy. A game I've been playing... I haven't played on cartridge really since the 90s. I never beat it on cartridge before. I beat it on 3DS Virtual Console, but that was over the course of multiple sessions. And once we beat that, which I expect to beat that in a single setting, we'll be playing, we'll be reading some vintage magazines, because Alleyway and Super Mario Land are both 1989 releases from around the time of they launched alongside the Game Boy. So I'll be reading some old, late 80s and early 90s magazines, covering the launch of Game Boy, including reviews of Mario Land and Alleyway. So I'm going to send you over to Harbus, who is a VTuber. He's playing Super Mario Land. No, he's not playing Super Mario Land. He's playing Final Fantasy VII. So I'll be sending you over to him. He's I recommended for... I think he curses a bit. I don't know. I don't try to curse. But I'll send you over to him. See you next time. Thank you very much for watching.